Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review begins now. Wrestling fans, the winter heats up with the return of the Berzerker John Nord. The WWE legend will be back for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings beginning Sunday, February the 20th. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign for you live on air. Get ready for 3 big days of the Berzerker John Nord. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at the Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live April the 16th.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, Dan Marotti here at MWF Studios in downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. The zip code of champion 02176. WWE's Road to WrestleMania officially kicked off with the conclusion of Elimination Chamber in the Kingdom of Jeddah, Saudi Arabia this afternoon here in the United States. We'll have a lot to talk about in our live episodes over the weekend, as the Berzerker John Nord will be joining us live tomorrow night at 6 p.m. and then Monday night as well. Before we get there, folks, welcome to the February 19th, 2022 edition of Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review. More than halfway through the month already. This is going to be a loaded episode, to say the least. We are officially 8 weeks away from Boston Wrestling Sports' Back to the 80s live MWF wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April the 16th from Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts. This past Monday night, we announced that heel referee turned wrestler Dangerous Danny Davis will be joining WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana, the Wild Berzerker, and at least 2 more 80s WWF superstars, one of whom will be announced this Monday night during Raw. As John Cena Sr. and I noted, if the VIP packages and tickets continue to sell, we'd be happy to bring you more than 8 80s WWF stars. What about 9? How about 10? The more you help us in advance, the more we can do for you. Let's face it, the weather here in Boston, WWE isn't bringing WrestleMania back. WrestleMania 14 was it, but we can bring you a slice of WrestleMania history. This event includes a VIP exclusive Q&A session before the Fan Center. It includes an 80s VIP Legends group photo before the fans enter. It includes an autograph and photo session open to all fans before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the squared circle like no tomorrow for a hot night of professional wrestling. Get the best seats in the house. Take part in a professional wrestling celebration, decades in the making. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com to get yours now. A few cheap plugs to get out of the way before we get rolling with the marathon. The Berzerker, John Nord, is going to be with us again all weekend for Wrestling Insiders Throwback. Thursday tapings, live episodes, cyber autograph signings, watch-alongs, and more. Pre-order your 8x10 and 11x14 autographed Berzerker photos. Now, it helps us be able to afford to bring these superstars in studio live and produce wrestling history for you to enjoy for years to come. We have an exclusive print for you designed of the Berzerker in both of those sizes. Again, you can help the cause. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com. Then set a reminder on YouTube to join us live Sunday and Monday night with the big man. We're getting closer and closer to hitting our goal for Marty Jannetty's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty Season 2 Indiegogo campaign. We're at 94% of the goal as of this recording. We need your help to push it over the top. If we can get past that goal, maybe we can add more days of tapings with Marty right here in studio for him to be able to share his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll experiences from the 80s, 90s, even current events with you. I spoke with Marty earlier today. He's pumped to return to Boston and create even more magic in this fine studio. You can find the link to the Indiegogo campaign in the Premier chat on the right-hand side of the screen. It's in the description box below, and you can also find it on our social media platforms. If you could, send Marty some positive thoughts in the Sunshine State. This week he was in the ER with his banged-up body. Don't worry, it wasn't COVID or anything like that. A wrestler's life is not an easy life, and the excitement he brought you when he was in his 20s and 30s is catching up with him now. He's in a lot of pain. That's why these talk shows are very important. Our platforms can give these legends the opportunity to keep working and keeping them out of the ring. Boston's had a few 50-degree days lately. We will this week as well, but it's still winter time across the country for most. It's what motivated Quincy Rustani to sing "Baby, It's Cold Outside" to Deborah McMichael. But no matter where you are, fans, have the professional wrestling streaming time of your life while helping keep wrestling legends working at the same time. You personally helping keep wrestling legends working with early, full-screen, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders each and every weeknight. 300-plus full-length episodes in our archives. Our world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library is seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. Patreon exclusives and more by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family. The Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. On Christmas and New Year's, we added Patreon exclusives not to be found on YouTube watch-alongs with the Berzerker and Demolition acts. More great exclusive content headed your way. Even a little kind of like a podcast with yours truly. Again, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Treat yourself to something great from the Boston Wrestling eBay store with merchandise from superstars of every era. To add something cool to your Wrestling Man Cave, a collection, it's open 24/7. Simply click the link in the description box below or head on over to BostonWrestling.com and hit the store button. With that said, let's kick off Wrestling Insiders Week in Review with WWF Tag Team Championship Manager, Oscar of Men on a Mission, and a loaded episode where the Man on a Mission shoots on Jake Roberts sabotaging our Back to the 80s live event and Legends Fan Fest, the possible finale of Goldberg and WWE today, Keith Lee heads to AEW, wrestlers' life expectancies, and much more in a very interesting, in-depth episode. He is the man that nearly blew the roof off of every major arena across the United States and around the world, the man that guided Men on a Mission to the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Championship nearly 28 years ago, a man that was nearly nominated for a Grammy Award in 2022. He's on a roll. David Reese, his partner in crime. I could only be talking about one man, the Vice President of Boston Wrestling Sports, the Man on a Mission himself, Oscar. Oscar, it is a pleasure to have you with us once again. How did things go in Chi-Town last week when we last left you?
Everything went fine. I actually will send you the video of the song that I did. It just came out a few hours ago.
Really?
And it's already got 236,000 hits.
Wow.
On YouTube.
What is the song called?
It's about the Olympics. It's called Olympics in Peace.
Olympics in Peace?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you're not talking about John Cena Sr.'s peace.
Not John Cena Sr.'s peace.
You mean about peace in the world?
Peace in the world.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, we just wanted to clarify.
Tied in with the Olympics.
Well, it's a good, timing-wise, that's pretty good. Did you write this song, or did you just sing it?
No, I wrote it and performed it.
Well, I can't wait to see it. I hope the fans have a chance to check it out as well. Maybe we could play a few tunes here on the show. I know last time we got a little bit of trouble about that because we didn't get expressed written consent before we played the music video, but that's all right. We figured it out with the folks behind the scenes there. But you're a busy man, hopefully going for a Grammy in 2023.
Well, I mean, anything could happen. I hope so.
Well, I also understand that you spent a small fortune today on Valentine's Day, and not only giving some love to Dreamy Mimi, but apparently a little something sent to Lita.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't leave her out.
John Cena Sr. and I were discussing that Friday night on Wrestling Inside His Fabulous Fridays, this Lita making you feel all warm and fuzzy.
No, yeah, Lita, that's my side girl. I love Lita.
She's your side piece.
She's my side, yeah.
You think that's what Johnny says, what's on the top of his head? It's his side piece?
No, that's his main piece.
Or his top piece, yeah. All right, a lot to talk about in the world of professional wrestling. Around the major promotions, in-house, we got a lot to talk about, but the fans continue to send messages in, Oscar. I don't know if you have any updates, but is there any news on Mo of Men on a Mission?
Not since the last time I reported in, but no news is good news. From what I understand, he is definitely on the mend, getting stronger. His kidneys had kicked back in, so there has been no change for the worse that I know of. If there was, I would know. So, nope, everything is going in God's direction when it comes down to Mo.
He's home and on the mend.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's good to know. All right, on to the world of Boston Wrestling, MWF. Wait a minute. Wait.
I gotta ask some questions before we get into that. And we never do this, but
all right.
But yesterday was the man's day. Did you catch the game yesterday by chance?
Are you kidding me? Do you think I had time for that?
No.
I was busy here at the studio until, what time did we leave? 10:30?
Yeah, no.
Another 13-hour days to give the fans entertainment. Did you watch the Super Bowl?
I watched the Super Bowl, and I saw a lot of my friends from L.A. who performed in the halftime show.
Oh, wow.
So it was really special. Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and Eminem and Mary J. Blige and Kendrick Lamar and, a lot of individuals I came up with in the music business.
Wow.
Dr. Dre, his first job in music was at a club called Eve After Dark, where I used to rap at. So that was his very first job. And Snoop Dogg, I participated in his Little League football that he has as one of, I would show up be an honorary coach.
Wow.
So, yeah, no, I sorry. A really great time watching him. And I was avidly against Cincinnati. And my dreams came true.
Why were you against Cincinnati?
I just don't like them, and I can't stand Joe Burrows. I mean, I just was just and he got sacked like I don't know 50 times yesterday, and I enjoyed every one. He got sacked like 7 times.
Well,
But
I was going to say, there probably will be another 30 years before they're in the Super Bowl again.
That's what I say. Haley's Comet will come back before you see Cincinnati back in the Super Bowl. So I hope they enjoyed their day.
If I remember, the last time they were in the Super Bowl, I was in the 3rd grade when they played the 49ers.
That's about right.
So
That's about right.
It's been a minute since Cincinnati had their time in the spotlight. For the fans in Cincinnati, you know what? I always look at it like this. The years the Patriots lost when they were in the Super Bowl, it took a heck of a lot just to get there. You know what I mean? If that's not a successful season, I don't know what is. Everybody wants to win the big game, but in the end, you can't win them all. So both teams should be proud that they got there, but it's a good day, I guess, for the city of Los Angeles.
It is. And I want to say that your son will be grown operating the studio, and then Cincinnati might go in there around that time.
It could be a while. It could, my gosh, let's see. If you're working with that time frame, I'd be in my early 70s.
Okay, so in the world of wrestling, after much patience and emails and phone calls, I finally heard from Big Shot David Reese day before yesterday.
Oh, and what did the good doctor have to say? The president of Boston Wrestling Sports, and now the AEW, I guess, mental health program director.
He has solidified his deal with AEW. Matter of fact, he showed me a letter that he got from AEW. They had Tony Khan has personally signed off on all of his proposals to have seminars and Zoom tutorials, and they're even giving him a budget to put a team together to help in this endeavor. We're going to negotiate me actually hands-on managing the team that's going to be put together, because he's not going to really have time to do it. But somebody...
What do you mean he's not going to have time to do it?
He even said that. He's not gonna have time to do it. So he has to have a manager to, do the things that he's not gonna have time to do. Because between working with patients and overseeing this, he's just, I don't know, the man is just busier than Biden. I told him that. I was like, it's easy to get a hold of President Biden as you, but he's got a lot going on. He was sick for a few days last week, so.
Well, he sent me a text when everything was official, and he was very, very excited, almost giddy. I don't know if I've ever seen David Reese giddy, but
no, David Reese is giddy, and he was expecting, he's expecting quite a bit of compensation from the situation. So, yeah, he's a happy camper.
Now, do you think that puts a pause on the gentleman's club that he was working on in Las Vegas, Reese's Pieces?
Well, no. What's going to wind up happening is the money that he make, it's a good thing. The money that he's going to make from AEW alone is going to let him finance that club eventually.
He's going to finance the pieces at some point.
He's going to finance it himself because he's making hand over fist. He's raking it in.
David effing Reese, I tell you. You guys worked long and hard, and it finally paid off. You started so long ago, there wasn't even an AEW.
Right.
All right. Well, good for David Reese. I'm glad you're involved with the project. We can't wait to hear more and more about it as time goes on. But, Oscar, here in the world of Boston wrestling, it's been a week of announcements, a week of sabotage, a week of scandal, a week of heartwarming news. I don't even know where to begin, where to end when it comes to some of this. It's been frustrating on my end. Earlier tonight, we announced the 6th featured superstar for the event, the man that scored the pinfall on the British Bulldogs and Tito Santana at WrestleMania 3, sometimes wrestler, sometimes heel referee, Dangerous Danny Davis, a man that you worked with back in the mid-'90s.
Oh, Danny Davis is coming. All
Dangerous
right, that's
Danny
some good
Davis.
news. Yeah, I love Danny Davis.
Is he dangerous?
Oh, yeah, he's dangerous.
Like the
Danny
Roxette
Davis
song? Or?
Yeah, he's a scoundrel, that Danny Davis.
Now, what do you mean he's a scoundrel?
Yeah, he's a scoundrel. Danny Davis didn't know what he wanted to be, but whatever he was really good at it.
Well, it's going to be a great chance for the fans to pick up Danny Davis's book, get an autograph, pose photo with the man. I would say on the 8 featured legends that the chairman would like us to have, he's probably going to rank number 8, which is fine. You know, you have to put together your card for main event, you know, mid-card, top to bottom, and so on and so forth. Very excited to have Danny with us for the first time, where he is a Massachusetts native. We're hoping to have him in studio as well. But the main point of contention, Oscar, has to be the drama with that low-life scum, Jake the Snake Roberts again.
Okay, well, what happened now?
Well, you know, we alluded to it last week, but after 3 no-shows / cancellations in the past...
Oh, wait, whoa, stop.
Yes.
I'm glad you brought that up.
All right.
Because I saw the video, and I was so pissed at you.
Me?
I couldn't even sleep.
Why?
Why is the question? It only take a half a time, not even one time, a half a time for a guy to put his foot up your ass for you to see who he is or see who they are and then not deal with them no more.
Well,
why do you keep Why do you keep, and not just that individual, but in other instances, and I've known you a long time now, why do you keep banging your head up against the same cement wall before you get it? You spent money on plane tickets not once, not twice, not the third time, not the fourth, for 4 times. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and then expecting a different result, and you get the same result. So why did you flush all that money down the toilet instead of after the first time just throwing your hands up and saying screw it and moving on?
I was told by mutual friends that with the time he spent living with DDP at the accountability crib down in Georgia, that he is a clean man, a sober man. I have spoken to friends in AEW and quote-unquote WWE legend types that, you know, see Jake and interact with Jake, and they say that the man, as far as his sobriety goes, is in a very good place. And as much as I personally hate Jake Roberts, he is someone that the fans like. He is someone that the fans would like to meet and greet. He's disappointed an awful lot of fans with this, but at the end of the day, this had nothing to do with drugs and alcohol. If fans have not seen the video that we put out, it was just about the man and his daughter, his / agent, choosing not to live up to the agreement that was put together. I have no.
All right,
I'm
stop
sorry.
right there. So let's say all of that was in play. All of that was in play the second time around.
Okay.
What possessed you to give 2 more chances after that? We talking 4 chances. Why?
You try and make the fans happy. Look
You
at how many times did Vince and the Ultimate Warrior play roulette like that? You know what I mean?
Vince.
Well, very true.
You're not Vince, and you don't have Vince's money to flush down the toilet. This is AEW's. This is AEW.
Boston
this
Wrestling,
is Boston
MWF.
Wrestling money, and as the vice president, knowing that these numbers just got twisted in the damn wind, this don't make me happy at all. Now I'm talking to you officially, because as great as Jake the Snake Roberts is, there's too much damn talent out there from back in the day or whatever to move on after it don't work out not once but twice. But you kept on doing it, and he still ain't coming.
Well, we have been in contact with the folks at DDP's Accountability Crib. We've tried to reach out to folks in AEW to see if they can assist. We certainly don't want Jake to ruin this fundraiser, but I would say it's unlikely. And as you can imagine, my anger level about certain things. And as I was battling with Jake Roberts over this changing of the agreement, when I continued to ask them to show me anything they claim it was agreed to before coronavirus, I said, show me something, show me anything that says I agreed to that, and I would fix it on the spot immediately. Immediately. I would rip the credit card out of my pocket. And you know what? They didn't show anything. Then all of a sudden it turned into, oh, I'm concerned about sending Jake to you. You know what? He's the asshole that knifed us several times. We should be the ones with the concern, as obviously shown right here. Then it turned into, oh, he's not going to come because they took me saying that it was going to become a public issue is a threat. Well, you know what? Are we not supposed to tell the fans what happened? Should it be a secret? Should we just say F you to our great fans that support us year in and year out, decade in and decade out, so Jake's feelings aren't hurt? No, I say fuck Jake Roberts as far as that goes. Then they tried to offer me, well, Jake would be happy to send some pictures and reimburse you for up to $1,000 of past airline tickets, but he's not going to come, blah, 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 blah. And my head nearly exploded. And at that point, I began to reach out to every human being from the 1980s that was alive, and I threw out the Hail Mary pass, Oscar, one that if you asked me maybe even a week ago, because that's why we didn't talk about it on the show where this was so fresh and fluid and still a moving situation, I never in my wildest dreams expected that Hacksaw Jim Duggan would say yes, considering he just had cancer surgery. But online, Jim was down at Universal Studios in Florida with his lovely wife visiting his daughter. And I said, you know what? The worst that they're going to say is no. And instead they said yes. So Hacksaw Jim Duggan, a man of character, a man of integrity, a man that the fans are going to love to see and pay homage to for all he's been through. I don't know if beating cancer is the right word. For the second time, live at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Saturday, April the 16th. I know there are fans that are let down by Jake Roberts. To them, I say, Jake's Twitter is at JakeSnakeDDT. Send him a message. Let him know what you think. Maybe there's a small part of me that could think that where Diamond Dallas Page worked so many miracles with him in the past, perhaps he might be able to talk some common sense into him, or even people in AEW, where he's a contracted talent there, as the world's tallest manager. But he's just such a lowlife. I really don't even want him here at this point, but I know the fans do, because the fans showed great disappointment when we made that announcement. But they're even more pumped up that Hacksaw Jim Duggan is coming to town.
See, it's not even just Jake the Snake Roberts. I mean, it's like this cycle with you or y'all, because it may not just be you by yourself making these rabbit-ass decisions. The same thing with Marty Jannetty. Marty and you got into it in a physical fight.
Almost.
So, okay, same thing. I mean, a threatening situation, and his actions proved him not to be best for business. And when I say best for business, our business. But yet and still, you being you turn around and still take a chance to work with the dude. And I'm at a loss as to why you keep giving away these chances under these bizarre and yet unforgivable circumstances.
Well, the thing with Marty is, I understand Marty. I understand that he's in a lot of pain. I understand that he foolishly decided to have 2 major reconstructive ankle surgeries within a couple of months of each other. He should have never done that because he could barely walk. He was in a tremendous amount of pain, but he wanted to rush it. He wanted to get through it. So again, I'm not trying to knock Marty for those that like to spread the internet gossip, but in my opinion, I feel he made a poor choice. If it was me and I had to have 2 separate operations to reconstruct 2 ankles, I would do them one at a time so I could become mobile on one of them first. You know what I mean? So I do understand the amount of pain he was in. When he was with us in September, he was much better. When he was with us November 13th, I think you can attest to the fact that he was in great spirits that night. But you know what? I'm not going to deny it. There have been some really, last February and last June, there were 2 days that were really, really tough days at the office, so to speak. But, you know, if we can get that Marty that showed that spirit in September, if we can get that Marty that showed that spirit on November 13th, I think you have a great guy to have around because he can contribute to the industry. I don't know where he is at physically right now, as I only saw him for mere minutes on November 13th. I don't know how well he's physically moving around. But in our interactions on the phone, I haven't got that vibe that, you know, he may have a buzz or something like that. And you know what? All the better to him. I would like to see him take advantage of WWE's offer to help him. He has chosen not to at this point, and that's at his discretion. But like I said, I think a healthy, focused Marty really has a lot to contribute. I think the same can be said for Jake, other than the fact that Jake's an asshole. And I don't think that Marty's an asshole. I think Marty has a good heart. I just think it goes awry when he uses certain substances to try and medicate physical pain, and with the life that he's led, you know, when he was a kid, you know, I imagine mental help. I wish him and David Reese could connect. I think, or someone in David Reese's profession, as I think it would do him a lot of good.
Which brings me up to the third thing.
Okay, you got more.
Did you solidify the Replicon situation?
No. Because here's what's going to, you know what? Should I say this on the? First of all, before we get there. And I will answer everything honestly and upfront. Don't worry about that. But you didn't have anything really to say about Jim Duggan. That's I think a great story.
Well, I'm glad he's coming. I mean, there was a story in which I think I told the story. I was in a magazine for the first time. I was excited. The guy said, I'll give you about 20 magazines.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know where he was, but he was somewhere close to the ring. I just came from my match. Hacksaw had his match. So I come out of the gorilla position to go see the guy. And I mean, all hell broke loose. J.J. Dillon was like, what the F are you doing? I mean, you going to the ring, you going towards this. It was almost like I was doing a run-in. He said, if I was Hacksaw Jim Duggan, I'd have got out the ring and punched you dead in your head. But Hacksaw, I apologized to Hacksaw, and Hacksaw just laughed it off. He said, oh, we were all green at one time. Don't even worry about it.
Hey, that's a nice response.
That's how sweet the guy was. Now, had it been Lex Luger or I could think of a whole bunch of different names, I would have got it. It would have been a different outcome, I promise you.
Well, it's just I'm amazed that, like I said, I really didn't expect a yes out of this, and we needed a yes. I think Paul Bearer up in the wrestling heavens, the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion above, said, you know what? Marathi went through hell back for the November 13th event. I'm not going to let him go through it again. And like I said, one more thing I want to note about Jake before I get back to your question was you have to remember this agreement and advertisement was in place pre-coronavirus. If you look at the original 8 superstars we had for this event when it was going to be in April of 2020, just weeks after the virus broke out, again, Jake and Road Warrior Animal were the featured two, and unfortunately, Animal is no longer with us, and Paul Orndorff is no longer with us, and so it's quite a different 8 that we're going to have compared to the 8 that we advertised for April of 2020. But what can you do? Such is life. The world has gone crazy with coronavirus. We've had Lanny Poffo leave the country. We had Jake's knives in the back. We had 2 pass away. We had the Tony Atlas situation. Tony was already paid partially for this event and just decided to keep it. But anyway, moving later.
There's a guy.
Who now?
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he's either on the board of Cauliflower Alley or he used to be on the board of Cauliflower Alley. Anyway, he's very influential in the Cauliflower Alley space. His name is Dr. Mike Lano, and I mean the guy is like best friends with Dave Meltzer, who I never met Dave Meltzer. I couldn't pick him out of a lineup, but at the same time, I know who he is and I know his influence. Dave Meltzer has information about like events that's thinking something. Dave Meltzer know it the next day, and I never could figure out how he does what he does. But he does it anyway. This Dr. Mike Lano is a very powerful individual.
I would not call him a powerful individual, Oscar. But anyway, continue.
Oh, you know him?
The Boston bad boy Tony Rumble created a actual jobber character after him named Mike Lano. He detested him so much.
Oh, really? Do tell.
Back in the late 80s, the late 90s, when Tony Rumble had the CWA/NWA New England. He thought Mike Lano was a goof and just a pain in the ass in general, running around taking pictures and just pestering people. And so he created a jobber named Mike Lano. There was actually a whole Lano family. There was a Ralph Lano. There were a few Lano. There was Big Dick Lano. Yeah, there were at least 3 Lanos. God. Mike Lano, Big Dick Lano, Ralph Lano. And there may have been another one, but I remember at least 3. Well, that's what Tony thought of him. But I think he's kind of... All right, so anyway, your point about Mike Lano.
I ain't got no point no more, because you done, dang, the guy have me convinced that, he was a player, but he ain't.
Please. He subscribes to The Observer. And you know what? Before we go to the break, wanted to throw out a little bit about the Cauliflower Alley Club. We mentioned how excited we how excited we are about how excited we are about the move to the the plaza from the Gold Coast Casino.
I told Dreamy Mimi last week. I said they moved it to the plaza, but guess what? Same situation. We will not be staying at the Cauliflower Alley Host Hotel because it is just as horrible as where they moving from. So no, we can't stay there.
And you know what? I did say
go there, eat the bologna sandwiches, and then go back to where we came from. Go ahead.
I did say I was going to check and see if they had, a room similar to what we used for the interviews with the Godfather and D-Lo and Kevin.
Yeah, what they say.
I didn't do it yet.
You better hurry up. What the hell you waiting
It's
for?
in September. It's February. Come on, brother. But
if you want something like that, you better get on it, because they, everybody got the same idea. Them rooms go quick. Not necessarily the rooms, but them suites or whatever rooms that banquet rooms or small meeting halls you trying to get, you need to get on that and secure it as soon as possible.
Well, I did want to check with the hotel. I had an idea actually that I wanted to run by Brian Blair and Kyle Lauer that I'll send you a message privately about. But I did want to note, I wanted to send best wishes, and it's kind of ironic because I think the last time he was involved with, and I could be wrong because I've missed a few years, but the last time he was the host, the MC of the award ceremony, was at the Plaza back in 2006. I'm talking about Pepper Martin, a big superstar back in the 50s, 60s, out in the West Coast territories. Apparently he's in hospice care, and he actually told your friend Mike Lano, as a matter of fact, that he knows, unfortunately, that his time is coming to an end. So we send at least positive thoughts and well wishes to Pepper. He went on to have a unique career in Hollywood. He was in Superman 2. He beat up a weak Superman. I don't know if you're familiar with that spot. From Superman 2, he was in the...
Wait. Who did he play? Did he play Zod, or was he the big guy?
He was the big guy that beat up Superman when Superman was weak.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I know exactly who that is.
He was in the original Walking Tall, so he wasn't a major player in Hollywood, but he had some bit parts in some big movies.
Yeah,
and
no. I remember him. Oh man, because I've seen Superman 2 10 times, and I know about the Superman characters. There was Zod, and then there was Ursa, and then I can't remember what his name was. It'll come to me.
Well, all I remember him as is he was the villain that beat up Superman when Superman was weak. But everybody out there, even if you don't know Pepper Martin, I never saw a Pepper Martin match, or I think he sang too, from what I remember, and he had a great voice. I remember that he had a great voice. He was a great host for the CAC reunions, and when you get to that point when you know your time has come, at least he's at peace with it, apparently, which is I guess a good thing. I'd like to think that I would be when my time comes, but who knows? But best wishes to Pepper Martin and family.
Definitely.
So just send him a positive thought. Positive thoughts and positive energy, I think, goes a long way. And look at who that's coming from. But before we go to break, I want to answer your question, what you talked about WrestleCon. Here is my concern about doing it. And I think it turning into not generating the results that we are looking for. And it's kind of twofold the way we do it, because number one, I want to promote all of our talk shows to a lot of fans that might not know we exist. But B, we also do the autograph and the pose photos because it's very expensive for that booth space for WrestleCon. Here's what worries me, Oscar. Talking to friends in WWE, WrestleMania ticket sales are not good. If WrestleMania ticket sales are not good, that means there aren't going to be as many people in Dallas. If there aren't as many people in Dallas, that means not as many are going to be going to WrestleCon. If that means they're not going to WrestleCon, that means they're not helping us cover the costs of all of our expenses that go into being there. So I don't know if it's better to wait until Los Angeles next year, maybe when more people are willing to travel and go to WrestleMania. Maybe if WrestleMania turns back into a one-night event at that point. I don't know. I don't remember if they've officially announced if the one in Hollywood is going to be a two-night or a one-night event. But if you're looking at half a house both nights, and a lot of them are going to be the same people, I'm worried. I'm nervous. What do you think? I'll ask your opinion on the air, Oscar, as a matter of fact.
I'm listening to you, and now Los Angeles, we talking about SoFi Stadium, right?
Correct, where they had the Super Bowl last night.
Okay, yeah. That is going to be a much bigger event, much bigger. Like the Super Bowl last night, I think fans will come because the expectation that a lot of celebrities are going to show up. That's number one. And number two, I believe that the creation of that WrestleMania and the maintenance of it, they're going to throw the kitchen sink in that situation because it is in Los Angeles.
Well, not to give too much away, but they are planning on promoting it as the biggest WrestleMania of all time.
Yeah, so
they are hoping that they're finally going to get The Rock and Roman, and it will probably be the finale, at least this go-around, of Ronda Rousey against the Man Becky Lynch as their two big matches that they want to promote.
Yeah, no, if you got the patience to wait it out and to make a choice, but I'm like this, if you can't make it to Dallas, I would go simply because ain't none of us guaranteed to be around next year for Los Angeles.
Have no doubt about it. I would really like to go, but I'm just looking at it from as far as looking at the calendar and looking at the numbers. Again, if there's going to be a half a house both nights, and it's going to be the same people, both nights probably going, that's not the crowd that was there the first time they had the WrestleMania at AT&T Stadium, which was billed as 102,000 people, and that WrestleCon did tremendous. But if there aren't going to be that many fans in town, and would that be money better spent on just simply advertising the April 16th event locally here in the Boston area? You know what I mean?
Now, where have they put feelers out as to where they possibly can even have WrestleCon in LA?
That I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I do know that they, at one point, were doing site surveys, so they've at least been looking.
Well, okay.
And I'm sure even if they do, they haven't announced it yet. Why would they?
No, they know by WrestleMania, they know where they're going to have it.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure they know now. They just, they don't want to announce it. Well,
yeah, but
if it was money coming out of your pocket, Oscar, what would you do? Would you go to what could potentially be a half-filled AT&T WrestleMania in Dallas, or would you hold out the booths that you have for the big one next year in LA?
Oh no, I would. If I had to make a choice, I would definitely do LA hands down.
So you're thinking what I'm thinking then, especially.
But again, but there's a but.
Okay.
But again, like I said, you are talking a full year out. You understand what I'm saying?
True, but we also have back to the 80s 2 weeks after the fact. Would all that money that we'd be investing into WrestleCon in Dallas, would it be better spent, like I said, on just simply even advertising here in this area? Get the word out, media ads and social media ads and things like that. In my opinion, I think that's the way to go. Everybody is, we're soliciting opinions as we speak, because we really have to make a decision within the next day or two, which we're going to pull the trigger one way or the other, but are we going to aim it towards Pigottville at Memorial Hall, or are we going to aim it towards Dallas? And when you add up all those costs, it's an expensive endeavor,
Nah, well, yeah, you might as well just, wait for Los Angeles and
pump up back to the 80s.
Pray to good Lord that we want to go to WrestleMania next year, so keep us around.
Yeah, like you said, it's not a guarantee that we'll even be in this world, but, calling a spade as it is right now, I think it would be better to focus more on the Back to the 80s event as far as the financial resources go, because I want to fill Memorial Hall on April the 16th.
Nah, well, I don't have no doubt. I mean, you didn't do too bad with the 90s event. So the 80s event, but see, the 80s event is always my concern because, it's the 80s event. These cats are real older. So having
You think we should have some backups on call?
Oh man, you said it without me even saying it, because I love my 80s brothers, though, but they're not reliable.
And not other than Jake Roberts, not intentionally. It's just,
one backache and they gonna pull out.
Well, I mean, look at what happened with Jim Duggan. I mean, when he was going to be with us November 13th, he wound up needing cancer surgery. So, anything can happen.
Nobody showed up November 13th. You had to come up with a whole way. I came up with a whole new plan.
Well, we had to flip the script, I should say, because originally November 13th was going to be back to the 80s, and April 16th was going to be back to the 90s. Yep.
Because we was all going to come.
Oh, it was a nightmare. It was one of the worst experiences I've ever had in 20 plus years of Boston wrestling. But thank the good Lord. What's that?
That was your own fault.
How is it my own fault?
But I mean, oh man, you want to go on commercial, come back, and I'll tell you.
No. All right, fans, we'll take a brief timeout. We'll come back, and Oscar's going to lace me. Stand by. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Get the best seats in the house now at bostonwrestling.com. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the St. Louis Arena in St. Louis, Missouri, Valentine's Day, Friday, February the 14th, 1992, an infamous day where the St. Louis Police Department and Drug Enforcement Agency searched the talent for drugs. As noted in studio shoot interviews, the WWF was tipped off and warned wrestlers before the event. The opening contest, Tatanka beat model Rick Martel. The Undertaker with the win over J.W. Storm, who replaced Kerry Von Erich, who was suspended for a drug test failure. The Bushwhackers defeated Brian Knobbs and Cato, who replaced Jerry Saggs. WWF Tag Team Champion IRS victorious over Virgil. The Warlord beat Jim Brunzell. Bret Hitman Hart with the win over the Monty. And in the main event, the Macho Man, Randy Savage, defeated Jake the Snake Roberts in a steel cage match. If you were in St. Louis live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view, watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early, ad-free access. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause. Now, let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, the winter heats up with the return of the Berzerker John Nord. The WWE legend will be back for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings beginning Sunday, February the 20th. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign for you live on air. Get ready for 3 big days of the Berzerker John Nord. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to segment 2 of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission here on Valentine's Day night. Just saw the go-home edition of Monday Night Raw from Indianapolis, Indiana, as we get ready for Elimination Chamber at high noon Eastern Standard Time this Saturday. In the final premium event, not a pay-per-view anymore before WrestleMania, but Oscar, we were talking about our big back to the 80s, back to the 90s extravaganzas we had. You were ready to get in one final dig, but you said go to the commercial break. What do you got for me?
It was your own fault because I told you repeatedly to keep your damn mouth shut. But you thought it was going to be funny to keep poking that pig that we call Piggy. You kept poking and poking and poking and poking and poking.
Well, that had nothing to do with the wrestling lineup.
Yeah, well, things would have went better if you was in the damn.
Oh, I agree, but you have to remember what led to that. It had nothing to do directly with me in that monstrosity that you just mentioned. Someone, when they were sending the insurance binders to her via email, the individual didn't delete a private email conversation where there was a phrase in there that it was indirect, almost science fiction-like, but Piggott had her silver bullet at that point, and boy, did she fire away, baby. Boy, did she fire away. But I would just so you, and in case there's any confusion on your end, there was never a direct confrontation or anything like that. She read the entire email that included the insurance information on it, and it had our good friend Seven is walking by the studio, Oscar. I enjoy seeing Seven walk by, but anyway, but it's not like
you are always making friends and influencing people. That is your gift.
Well, thank you.
And you do it well.
There was never. There had been confrontations with her in the past, but as far as what happened in the fall, nothing like that at all. It was a matter of this gentleman accidentally, not intentionally, forwarded an email because she was bothering him and pestering him when he was trying to get on a flight for work, and he just said, here you go. And he sent her the insurance information in an email. Then she opened up, she got the insurance information. Then she read our private conversation, which I guess, it was emailed to her. She had that. It was at her discretion to read it, but that's what was said. And at that point, I don't even know what happened. All I know what the end result was. And we know what the end result was, and it wasn't good.
Yeah, we know what the end result was.
You know what I found what really got me angry, Oscar? I'll even put it out there. And the chairman didn't want to get me even more fired up than I already was around that time. But did you know, I don't even know if I told you this, Piggott had undercover police guarding her that night in case I showed up to try and attack her. Now, this is swear to God, this is true. Swear to God on the kid's life. Well, this is how it was told to me, is how I believe it to be true. They had 2 undercover cops protecting Piggott from someone that can barely walk. I hate to say it, but Piggott could probably kick my ass as much as I hate her.
I wanted to ask her. I wanted to go to her and ask her, "Hey, where's Dan Verratti?"
We should have gone in and visited with Piggott.
And for what?
Well, I don't know. Marty said she was flirting with him.
Yeah, she might have been.
She was ready to take. Well, I shouldn't even say that. I was going to say she was going to take more than the mask off, but I won't say that.
Shut up.
All right. On to other things in the world of professional wrestling. This Saturday, Oscar, as we noted, it's the big Elimination Chamber pay-per-view from the Kingdom of Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Let's try and run through as much as we can as quick as possible. Is it going to be the Goldberg finale? Last match on his contract. Is Goldberg going to shop his services as a free agent to WWE and AEW? What's going to happen with Billy Goldberg? I certainly do not see him defeating Roman Reigns, but...
Now, there's rumors swirling around that Reigns is trying to inch his way out of the wrestling space so he can get more into Hollywood. The only way he can do this is by dropping the belt and going on about his business so he can be the next John Cena or The Rock in Hollywood, which from my understanding is his aspiration. So why not drop it to Goldberg?
Because it's WrestleMania season and he's in it for the big payday, and the main event's already lined up for WrestleMania. It's just a question as how the execution of it is going to come off. I would say under no circumstances will Roman be losing the championship. I'm more interested in what's Goldberg going to do. Is he going to ride off into the sunset? Is he going to try and play Vince against Tony Khan to see who he can get a bigger payday from? What is the future of Bill Goldberg after Elimination Chamber, in your opinion?
If Goldberg can create a bidding war, he would be dumb not to. But see, here goes the thing with AEW. I mean, I don't know where they're gonna put people. I mean, I don't, you know. All right, say Goldberg goes to AEW. What's he going to do when he gets there? I mean,
would you want to see him against Sting? Or you think think that's a little that might be better for the video games and action figures at this point?
It would be better because at this point you got wheelchair versus electric scooter. I mean, no, for real. But
well, you know what? I think if Tony Khan per se had that kind of money to spend, I mean, multi-million dollars a year, to have Goldberg come in for 2 matches a year. From a publicity point of view and a credibility point of view, might it be worth it? Would he add buys on pay-per-view enough to cover that? I'm not 100% sure. I don't. I'll say this: with the money that they have, I don't know if it would be the worst risk they could take.
No, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be the worst risk. But see, the thing is, from what I understand, money is just not Tony Khan's problem.
What do you mean?
I think money is not his problem. They seem to have.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, even if they weren't
unlimited war chest, I think Vince does too. But Vince is a lot more conscientious of spending the money.
And you know, the crazy thing is, even with all the departures of what I consider to be great talent that I would have wanted to have kept, The Fiend, Braun Strowman, Andrade Almas, Aleister Black, Kyle O'Reilly, to name a few, I can see them opening the coffers to spend the big money to keep Goldberg around because he's one of the few quote-unquote legends left from that, golden era back in the Monday Night Wars and the Attitude Era. That they can still pull the trigger on once or twice a year.
Yeah,
he's not 1999 Goldberg anymore, but he's still, he keeps himself in great condition for a 54-year-old man. I wish I was in his condition now.
You just answered your own question.
What's that?
If they got rid of the names you just mentioned, then do they really have any truck getting rid of Goldberg or anybody else for that matter?
Well,
It's
Goldberg,
like
they have, at this point, they have no say. He's done. But the question is, are they going to open up negotiations to renew him? Are you there, Oscar?
No, I'm thinking.
Oh, all right. Well, I didn't know. The chairman is piping in on the other line. I didn't know if it disconnected our call or something like that. I'll have to speak with him after our podcast.
No, the answer is, I mean, they'll make an offer. Will they give him what he's demanding? I don't think so. I think that they will pass before they let him dictate terms. Because,
well, he's a businessman.
they can do without. If they feel like they can do without the major players that they let go, then yeah, we can do without a guy that shows up once or twice a year.
Well, like I said, as crazy as it sounds, I think WWE would be willing to open the war chest. They look at him as a premium name. Physically, is he a premium talent anymore when the bell rings? No, but he still talks the talk. He's still got a pretty badass look. I think WWE, if they could renew him to similar terms as they have now, I think A, they will try and keep him, and B, I think they'd be silly not to. But I think it's been silly that they've let a lot of other talent walk, but that's a different story for a different time. Now, what do you think? Go ahead.
Well, see, that's the thing. You know, as long as they got two premium athletes that show up every now and then and get the crowd excited, I believe that they believe, you know, we can pass on certain things and we gonna be all right. They got Brock Lesnar, they got Ronda Rousey, you know, so do we really have to break our necks to keep a Bill Goldberg? And I mean, we want to keep him, don't get me wrong, but because we already got two premium athletes that we can rely on to get the crowd excited and to put asses in seats, you know, do we really need a third that we are going to break our backs to get? And the answer is no. I wouldn't do it.
Really? You wouldn't?
No, I mean, like I said, I would go to kind of sort of extreme measures to keep him. I'm not going to rush him out the door. I'm going to entertain, you know, any contract that he want to present, but am I going to make myself uncomfortable or put things in a contract that I really don't want to go in there, and let alone give him the numbers that he's, you know, insistent upon in order to stay, when I got these other two situations going that really could make a WrestleMania with the talent I already got, or make any other pay-per-view or do whatever, then nah, I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna. Let's say, okay, if he want the same money, right? Mm-hmm. That's something to talk about.
You'd renew him? Would you renew him at what he is at now?
I renew. No, you know what?
No,
I wouldn't even do that. No,
you'd give him less.
He got to take a pay cut. I'm sorry.
Well, you know how Nick Khan has been operating thing. He may come back and offer Bill Goldberg $500,000.
Yeah, well, you know, Nick Khan want to keep his job. You can't really blame him. But yeah, I would even offer him the same money. I would insult him by offering him minuscule money, but you know, I mean,
you'd offer him enough. You'd offer him enough to say no.
75% of what you're getting because I need some money for cheesesteaks.
Well, there you go. Do you think that Saturday will be the finale of the woman that makes you feel all warm and fuzzy, Lita, as she takes on Becky Lynch for the Raw Women's Championship?
Yeah, I don't see her signing up to come back full time.
No.
I mean,
She's a little long
got
in the
nothing-
tooth. She was
got
older than I
nothing-
even thought she was.
She's got nothing to prove, number one. But number two, the only way that she will do that is, there may be things going on that we don't know. Lita may financially need to stick around for a while and build back up some money in order to get financially comfortable, because I don't know what she's been doing, the past 10 years or so. I haven't heard of
Even
anything.
longer.
But, that don't mean, but 10 years and you ain't been working, that's a long time. So, she, like I said, if she got an opportunity to come back and she need the money, then, yep, she may be sticking around, to be part of the roster for a while.
Well, that wouldn't break your heart.
Nah.
No.
Wouldn't break my heart at all.
All right, in the men's elimination chamber, Oscar, this weekend, where I think the big money match for WrestleMania is going to be title versus title, Universal Champion versus World Champion, Roman Reigns versus Brock Lesnar. Do you see Lesnar leaving Elimination Chamber as the champion? And if that is the case, go ahead.
I do not know how this is going to go. I don't know if it was a smart thing for Lesnar to even inject himself in the Elimination Chamber, and I'll tell you why. The way they left it at the Royal Rumble was great because, okay, now Lashley and Lesnar, it could have been a three-way death, and it still might be, between Lesnar, Lashley, and Reigns.
Not at WrestleMania.
At WrestleMania.
No, not at WrestleMania. Everything, the promotional materials have already started to be printed.
Yeah, well, so all right. So who it? Don't even tell us.
No, it's going to be Roman and Lesnar. The question is it going to be title for title? Is what I don't know.
Well,
someone is going to leave that chamber hurt. Lesnar just did the job at the Royal Rumble last month. Lashley, they should have never taken the title off of him to begin with to give it to Big E. Are you going to take the title off of Lashley after a month? So either Lashley's going to be hurt or Lesnar's going to be hurt. And if Lesnar is going to be in the top match at Mania, I'm going to think that Lashley's the one that's going to take the bullet. How do you rebuild him again?
That's the part that I don't see. I see, Lashley retaining because the way the Elimination Chamber worked, I don't think he got to pin Lashley to keep it, right? I forget the rules.
All five men have to be eliminated, and whoever the last person is the winner.
Oh, well, okay. Well, it's going to come down to Lashley. It's going to come down to Lesnar.
And Lashley again? Well,
it's going to, no doubt.
I look forward to it. I don't know what the right path is in this case. I don't think it's a good path for one of those two men. I don't think you don't have Lesnar lose two pay-per-views in a row. And I can't see having Lashley lose the title after just winning it a month ago. I think he gets hurt. Unless maybe they're going to go the direction of turning Lashley is the number one babyface on Raw, which could be a possibility. Maybe that's how they go about doing it. Maybe he turns on MVP. I guess there's a lot of different possibilities that could play out there, but I don't know. I don't think I wouldn't have and there's no other way out of it because of the rules of the match, but I wouldn't have Lesnar or Lashley lose if I was the booker. I'd keep both of them strong because they're two of the very few strong characters that they have left in the company.
Oh.
How would you have it play out if you had the magic pencil?
You know what? I don't know, and I'm glad that I don't know because, as I'm not a mark. So if I'm intrigued by looking at it to see what's going to happen, then a lot of people should be. So
yeah,
I can't make a prediction.
I think there is a lot of general interest from the fans that are left. Moving on quickly, the women's elimination chamber is just a horrid group of women. I think it's going to be another terrible match. But there is one slot open for a mystery person, and I think that'll be the one ultimately that's going to win and go on to face Becky Lynch at WrestleMania. You hear a buzz about Asuka returning, Bayley returning, Lacey Evans returning. Who would you like to see walk out of Jeddah as the women's champion to face Becky Lynch at WrestleMania for the Raw Women's title? Do you have a favorite?
Nah, to be honest, I'm going to tell you something. Naomi and Charlotte did a surprisingly excellent job with that match they had on SmackDown. I really enjoyed it. I don't know how you feel about it, but I really enjoyed that match. That was really good. I think Asuka is a good choice because her and Charlotte have had some really good matches. And I believe that as great an athlete as Charlotte Flair is, and she is great, but I think Asuka is better.
I agree with you. Asuka gets in there and she works like one of the guys.
Exactly.
Very believable what she does. And I'll tell you this, you could play off of the storyline that when, I'm going home, I'm not going to be the man anymore, I'm going to be the mom. And they handed Asuka the women's championship in a lunchbox. I think maybe if you had Asuka win the Elimination Chamber, that you could play off of that. Becky Lynch could say, you know what, I went home to be a mother and I gave you the title last time. This time you got to beat me, and you're not going to beat me at WrestleMania 38.
Right.
And you could build up some tension that way. Bayley, I would have no interest in. Lacey Evans, like I said, I love that angle that they did with her and Ric Flair and Charlotte. It's a shame that will never come to fruition because she became pregnant. Another one. I don't know why WWE doesn't put clauses in these contracts about these women getting pregnant. You know what? If they want to go off and start a family, do it the right way. Give WWE notice that you want to do it and that you want to take the time off, and then go have a family. Don't ruin storylines.
Yeah, no. I'm gonna tell you why. That can't work. Because I mean, you could plan a family, but come on, how many families are had and they not planned?
It's called being a professional. It's done in Hollywood every single day when contracts are signed with females. Pregnancy clauses.
My mother didn't mean to have me, so I'm always gonna.
She wasn't in a profession where she needed to be a physical athlete, as far as I know.
That's true.
I mean, Becky Lynch, they built her up. They built up Becky Lynch for a year and a half as the man, and then she vanished without doing a job and putting anyone over. So she could start her family. Lacey Evans started a great feud with the Flair family. That had to be dropped so she could go start her family. Ronda Rousey's a perfect example of how it should be done. She did business the right way. She did the job at WrestleMania 35, even though the match sucked and the fans didn't like it all that much. At least she did the job and put over Becky Lynch to give her that push so she could go home and start her family. Ronda Rousey did business the right way as opposed to the other two who were unprofessional about it.
No, I cannot disagree with you in good conscience at that logic. But
all right, good. So you're like me. You'd like it to be Asuka that comes away with the win Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, I would, but in a perfect Oscar world, I would like to see that. But I don't think it's going to happen.
When she comes back, how hard is it going to be with my accent for me to try and differentiate Oscar and Oscar?
You're gonna have to do your best. You're gonna have to roll that R.
I'm gonna have to be like Justin Roberts trying to do his over-exaggerated ring announcing on AEW. Oscar. Yeah. But speaking of AEW, we'll transfer over there with the big pay-per-view coming up. I'm sorry, not pay-per-view, premium events. AEW, two big additions to the roster this week, Oscar. The The big mystery surprise was Keith Lee, once he became a free agent from his release from WWE. And because I guess he hinted about it so strongly on social media, AEW also brought in Jay White from New Japan Pro Wrestling, who unfortunately I think fits the theme too much in that he looks like a lot of the other guys. He's about the same size, he's got the same hair, he's got the same facials. I wasn't so big on that. I think Keith Lee was a great signing for AEW.
Yeah, but see, like I said, my concern is for the 50th time, you signing people and you getting people on the roster. How many freaking, you're not on the board of that company, so you probably don't know this. How many freaking people are on the goddamn roster of AEW when you count them all?
If you include the 2 internet shows, quite a few. But you know what? If you look back at the glory days of WCW when they were kicking ass and taking no prisoners and beating Monday Night Raw in the ratings every week, they had 150 guys under contract.
But they start lineup, which they worked and which drew fans to TV and to arenas, and they managed that real well. AEW give people, and they don't necessarily have a start lineup. They try to include everybody in everything, and then they got things that don't go nowhere.
Fair enough.
You gotta have storylines like a soap opera. You gotta have feuds that keep the fans tuning in, like the Lone Ranger serials of old. You have to have these things. You can't have it if you got a whole multi-universe gang of people that you done employed, and you trying to keep them all working, and everybody's all over the place. Nobody knows what's going on, and they wrestling just for the sake of wrestling. In other words, doing shit just to be doing shit. I mean, you got to get some continuity. Get your ducks in a damn row. That's my point.
So unless they have a few months of storyline laid out for Keith Lee, you think it was a needless signing? Is that a good way to put it?
I mean, you could sign him, you could pay him, but have a plan for him down the road. I mean, that makes sense.
All right. Well, we'll have to see how it plays out. He did earn a spot in the ladder match at the AEW, I believe, Revolution pay-per-view on March the 5th. So he has a pay-per-view spot, if nothing else. Moving along in the world of professional wrestling, Brian Cage of AEW. He was the FTW champion. He was in Taz's faction. And I don't know what happened. They gave up on him. He hasn't been on TV since October, and apparently his contract is going to be coming to an end if it hasn't come to an end already. I think Brian Cage is the type of guy that WWE would have a lot of interest in as far as his look and his physique goes. Could you see Brian Cage WWE bound? Could you see him going back to Impact? What do you think the future of the big man is? Who's got, like I said, on paper, on an 8x10 photo or an action figure, he is almost like what a professional wrestler should look like.
I think that he's going to have options. I believe that AEW got first grabs at renewing his contract. And if he sit down and negotiate properly, he probably will re-sign over there.
They haven't used him on TV since October, and they have 4 weekly TV shows.
Yeah, but the thing is, just because they haven't used them, don't mean they can't use them. I mean,
Fair enough.
They may not want to see him go nowhere. I mean, it's a thing to where it happens all over the place. How many people have you seen that WWE put on a shelf and then all of a sudden, bam, break out, and then they the biggest star on TV? It happens. And see, with AEW, that's more to my point, that you got so many people that, yeah, you got to shelve some people and make way and room to see what some other people are going to do and what they can do.
Well,
I mean,
if my contract was coming up and I haven't been on TV in 5 months, I, I would see the writing on the wall. I'm not wanted and I'm not coming back.
that ain't necessarily true. And I'm gonna tell you something else. For people that haven't been on TV and they wrestling, and they on the show for 2, 3, 4, 5 months. For some people, if I can renew my contract and that's the case, I might do that. I would rather, let me just sit back and sit at home and get paid for a while and recuperate and all of the kind of stuff, thing like that. Let me recuperate at home.
Well, maybe
they paying me.
Maybe there's some validity to what you're saying. I mean, he's certainly not Shawn Michaels in 1996, but again, he's got a great look. I could certainly see WWE having an interest in him, where he's younger than a lot of the top superstars they have right now, especially on the babyface side. They're desperate for any star power they can get their hands on. Granted, is he going to walk in the door in main event WrestleMania? No. But is he someone that they could groom potentially to be a top guy in that company with the look he has? I say yes. I think he would be a good signing for WWE. If I was in talent relations like John Laurinaitis, I would push for it.
Yeah, but see, you got to remember something. Are they going to take that opportunity to get a good signing? You're talking about a company that let go Bray Wyatt. So, I mean, you got to understand their mindset is not always what we think it should be.
Yeah, but he's got the look they love. You know what I mean? He's got that look.
You didn't hear me.
I heard what you said, but I mean, how many of those guys that have been released have the look we're talking about right now? I can't really think of many. Who?
These guys were putting asses in seats.
No, they weren't. They've been drawing nothing.
All right, you know better than me.
Well, I mean, look at the MSG, Christmas week. Well, you were around for Christmas week for WWF house shows. Those were some of the best payoffs of the years for the guys they draw so well. MSG, Christmas week, the second lowest attended live event for a wrestling event since 1947 in that building. Since 1947. You don't think business is hurting? They have half a house.
They don't sell out MSG no more?
They had about 4,000 people paid.
Oh, wow.
Business is hurting. These people are not putting asses in the seats unless they're the ghosts from Paranormal Activity resurrected going to live wrestling events. It's a sad time. And it's funny, it's amazing that they are generating the revenue that they're generating. But I'll even come back to that as a stockholder. As great as it is that this company, for the first time, grossed $1 billion plus in 1 year, imagine how much they'd be grossing if business was up across the board with all the different wrestling metrics.
All right, so Mr. Stockholder, tell us that, because that is a very interesting question we all want to know.
Well, what I'm trying... I'm sorry.
Business is so bad. Business is so bad. How are the financial numbers so damn high?
Simple. Television contracts. Live television, anything, even if it's a simulated sport, however you want to categorize pro wrestling, it is something that most people watch live. When you watch live, at least there's a great potential for you to sit through the commercials. Shows that are more... sports games, the Super Bowl, NFL football games, NBA games, you're not likely to watch that on a DVR or on a delay. You're either going to watch it live or you're not going to watch it at all. So right. WWE, for all of its negatives, it still is. Raw is one of the highest rated shows on cable television. NXT does a respectable cable number. SmackDown, Fox has been disappointed with some of the results, but you know what? They're getting 52 weeks of content every year as opposed to 17 when they had UFC. which is the main reason why they took the leap of faith with WWE. So when those contracts come due, as crazy as it sounds, even though ratings have plummeted since those new contracts began in 2018 or 19, they could be in for, never mind remaining where they are right now, they could actually be in for an increase. Plus, they had the deal of a lifetime. Even though the numbers across the board for WWE Network subscribers continued to go down and go down, all of these new streaming services popping up are looking for a catch, a hook. I wouldn't have the Peacock network right now if it wasn't for WWE, so we could do our WWE watch-alongs here at the studio. So even though the numbers are declining, it's something that Peacock can pat on its back. It has WWE Network. And all of these different streaming services are going to look to latch on to something that they can call their exclusive brand. And for 5 years, Peacock greatly overpaid for WWE Network. What WWE Network was generating each year in the United States wasn't close to what Peacock paid, which is another $200 million a year financially for WWE, for Peacock to have exclusive rights to WWE Network in the U.S. So it was an amazing deal they put together with great financials. It's just if you look at what the network was grossing as far as the number of subscribers go before Peacock bought it, you'd think Peacock was almost insane. But even with Disney's their streaming service is losing money right now. And I know that firsthand as I have a lot of Disney stock. But it's investors are looking at these streaming services a long-term proposition. I get that. Hopefully someday our library has some value. But anyway, that's the reason why the business is doing so good. If you look at live event attendance, down across the board. TV ratings, down across the board. Third-party licensing, down across the board. Every metric you can come up with other than those television financial numbers are down. And you know what? There are certainly ways you can build a bigger and better product. And then that way, imagine if the numbers were up. What would WWE be worth then? That's my question. If you could get more people to watch Raw, more people to watch SmackDown, all the lapsed fans that are out there that were big fans during the 80s, that were big fans during the Monday Night Wars. If you could get, even the ones that came for Cena, when Cena was white hot with merchandise at least, even if he wasn't doing gangbuster business. What if you could get some of those lapsed fans back again? What if you could come up with new, fresh, original concepts to generate new fans that have never watched or have been interested in wrestling before? Imagine if they could get those numbers up. How much would the TV deals be worth then the next time the contracts come due? That's what interests me.
Okay. Now, and you know this firsthand, I know. What is the validity to the rumors of Vince actually selling the company outright to another entity?
Really, the only thing I can go by with the comments that Freddie Prinze Jr. made is that when they were trying to make the deal with Fox, which wound up being for SmackDown, they tried to sell Fox the entire company. And I guess the price was absolutely outrageous, far more than what UFC got when they ultimately sold out. But it's like they haven't come out and directly said it's for sale, but Vince has always said, and Nick Khan has said, they're not actively pursuing it, which maybe you can take with a grain of salt, but they are quote unquote open for business. So if someone came along with, in my mind, I don't know this to be fact, I know they're going to want to definitely top leaps and bounds what UFC got, which was about $4 billion. What WWE could wind up getting with their history and their archives, you know what? If the right person came along with the right amount of money, with the right streaming service or a TV network that was desperate for ratings, maybe they'd go crazy and say, I'll give you 8, I'll give you 10. I don't know. What do you think?
No, I'm picking your brain because I'm trying to see, who do you imagine is in serious contention to be able to do it? I mean,
Well,
would it be Disney? That's the first company that comes in mind when I think about it.
let me toss the ball to you on this one, Oscar. I don't know if you are familiar with this, but within the past couple weeks, or maybe even the past week since we did the last show, or either that or we didn't have time to bring it up, but WWE got into bed with them. They have the streaming rights to WWE Network in India.
Yeah, no, that I know.
Oh, you know that? Okay. So,
Yeah.
as far as I know, that's the first time WWE has gotten into bed with Disney. But it is
Okay,
the door is
now,
open. The forbidden door is open.
Here's the interesting question, though.
All right.
Disney being as family oriented as it's supposed to be,
Mm-hmm.
and it has taken some steps. I'll say that, but it's basically a family oriented entity.
Right.
How much would Disney's influence be exerted? Unless they own the company now, okay, they own the company, they own it. But how much of their influence would be exerted into radically changing the WWE product?
The way the product is presented right now, I don't think you would see a huge shift or a huge difference. I mean, Disney, they do it the way that I've always suggested WWE does it, just on a lighter scale. Disney has G-rated movies, they have PG-rated movies, they have PG-13 rated movies. I've always thought WWE could go that route where they have more kids-oriented. One of the shows could be more kids-orientated. One of the shows could be more adult-themed. I don't know if I'd go as far as to say TVMA, but, just something that's more hardcore and edgier for adults as opposed to a lighter show aimed more towards kids. I don't know why they all have to be the same. I think that's part of the problem. Everything in WWE feels like it's the same.
No, okay.
My opinion, but I think it's really interesting that the door is open with Disney. They obviously have the relationship with Fox. They've been in bed with NBC Universal now, going back to before it was even NBC Universal, just when it was the USA Network back in the 80s. So could you see a bidding war between all three? It would be very interesting. I mean, geez, would my gosh, it's several years before the contract expires, but if ABC was able to get their hands on it and put WWE Network on, see, I don't know if WWE Network would be a good fit for Disney's streaming service, where there is so much explicit content from the Attitude Era and ECW. And see, I don't have Disney Plus, so I don't know if they have any content like that on there. I know they bought Fox's library, but I guess I'd have to ask someone that subscribes to Disney Plus. But I mean, Disney is at no shortage of cash. Fox is at no shortage of cash. NBC has always been willing to spend big. So if you get a bidding war with those three giants, or what if someone like Netflix wanted to add WWE Network? What if Amazon Prime wanted to add WWE Network? I was a big proponent, and I suggested this years ago, and I think it was another mistake of that company. Back when streaming wasn't what it was now, I suggested to someone higher up the food chain at TNA Impact to try and get in bed with Netflix. I think it's something, if you took Impact Wrestling off of TV when it still had a decent fan base and you put it on a platform like Netflix, I think you'd be in good shape. I have the Berzerker calling in right now. Everybody's calling while we're talking. What do you think of that, Oscar? Do you think that maybe that could have helped Impact when they were dying and they were on these god-awful TV channels that no one had ever heard of? Pop TV, or the one they're on now I don't get, AXS TV, and Destination America.
They're on there's a channel now, and I have YouTube TV. There is two channels now where wrestling is on 24/7.
Streaming channels?
2 streaming channels. Matter of fact, I'm going in now and I'm going to tell y'all what's on right now.
Do you think
Two channels.
Do you think we should start streaming some of our classics 24/7 on YouTube?
I don't see where it would hurt because that just seems to be the way to go. But see what my point that I was gonna make is, if WWE is seriously thinking about selling, okay, TNA, okay, it's Impact. Impact got their own streaming channel
On YouTube TV?
on YouTube TV.
Very interesting.
TNA
I didn't
Wrestling,
know that.
Final Resolution is coming on. Then Impact is coming on. Impact coming on again. Impact is on for the next for the next 10 hours.
Very interesting. I never knew that.
Yeah, they got their own channel.
Well, good. If it's generating revenue for that company and it keeps them in business, God bless them, as I want to see that company succeed.
And then you got the Fight Network. They got New Japan Wrestling coming on at 2:00. TNA.
That's
they
on
got
YouTube
Impact coming
TV?
on.
The Fight Network? I didn't know that.
The Fight Network is on here.
And everyone that subscribes to YouTube TV gets that. It's not a separate paying service?
No, if you get YouTube TV, you get these channels.
Wow. Well, that's very interesting. Speaking of Impact, as we're starting to wind down the show, Lance Storm signed on as a producer / agent with the company. I think that's great. He produced some great talent. It is wrestling school out of Calgary. He kind of packed up his life once WWE wanted him for that role down in Orlando, and then they got rid of him almost as soon as the pandemic hit. So he kind of got a knife wound in the back, so to speak. It's good to see that he's with Impact Wrestling, as Al Snow always called it, a great part-time job. Best wishes to Lance in that role. And you want to talk about best wishes, tomorrow Rich Swann is the birthday boy, our buddy, who we're going to be seeing sooner than later in Boston Wrestling MWF again, but he's going to be a dad sometime soon. I texted him earlier. I don't know if the baby has come, but I think the baby was due today, as a matter of fact. So best wishes to Rich and his wife on a brand new adventure in life as he celebrates his birthday, an actual birth to celebrate.
All right. Well, congratulations. I mean, that's really, really, really good news.
Rich's road hasn't been the easiest one in life. We had a little bit of dissension over the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive, but our good friend D'Lo Brown, the Director of Talent Relations for Impact, helped repair the situation, and it's good vibes all around, which is nice compared to what we're dealing with that other scumbag, Jake Roberts.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and guess who's coming into the studio next door, Oscar? Our friend Uptown.
Oh, is he?
He was smoking a cigarette, and he went and got a 24-pack of water, it looks like, over at the mobile gas station next to the studio.
Oh, well,
I don't know. You haven't seen Uptown yet, but anyway.
Hey, how's that kid doing?
What kid?
The new one that you hired that was so fantastic.
He's so busy with school at Emerson. I don't know if we're going to see him until school break, which is a big disappointment because, he, like you just said, he was fantastic. Fantastic. But I'm going to tell him that you said that, as a matter of fact. I thought he was very insightful on the podcast, on the watch-alongs. He's a great fan. He actually knows video production very well because he pays about $50,000 a year to go to school for it. Hopefully, if nothing else, we can have him April 16th to help with the Back to the 80s event, which tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com if you didn't hear the rest of our cheap plugs. But a couple of more things to try and get through before we go, Oscar. If you were an AWA fan, I'm sure you remember this young lady. Candy Devine passed away. She feuded with Sherry Martel and our good friend Medusa in the AWA. Really sad, kind of a young lady. I believe she was in her early 60s, and we lost another one. I think I always like to try and honor these people when they pass. You know, even if they didn't main event WrestleMania, Candy Devine, you know, she gave up life with her family to go on the road. You know, she put her body through a lot of abuse to work night in, night out in the AWA and other promotions. So I say rest in peace to Candy Devine.
Yeah, I remember watching Candy Devine on TV when I was younger. You know, it's just always heartbreaking when you lose one of our family. And it just, you know, when that happens, and I hate to say this, but it just makes you question your own humanity.
Yeah.
Especially when, you know, and this gets on my nerves, but, you know, there are news outlets and everybody's just saying, you know, a wrestler's lifespan is short.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard that so many times, and it always gets on my damn nerve. You know, nah, our lifespan ain't no shorter than nobody else.
Oh, I disagree with that 100%. I'm sorry. Look at how many of our brotherhood have passed away so young. Are you kidding me? You think the life expectancy is that?
I'm gonna give you a whole different perspective on it.
Okay.
The reason why it seemed like that to you is because you're in the industry and you pay attention more to what goes on here. But the truth of the matter is, in everything else, if you was a football player, you would say the same thing about your football community.
Mm-hmm.
You just pay attention more because you're part of this industry.
Mm-hmm.
So it would seem like that to you with every death that happened.
Well, I know that we don't see many of what's the average age of someone in the United States now? I believe it's the early 80s, is it not?
Yep.
I don't see too many people in our fraternity living until the early 80s.
But like I'm saying, your football and your baseball brethren would say the same thing if you was paying attention in that industry.
I think you're correct about the NFL. I don't know about Major League Baseball.
No, I'm using it for an example, but
it's a good example. It's a very good example. It's a great analogy.
Firefighters and cops, I mean, you know, look at their lifespan. And I'm talking about, you know, getting killed on the job or smoke inhalation or mold, you know, even after their retirement. I mean, I would tell you that their numbers are way higher than ours. It's just that you're in an industry, when it happens, you take it to heart, you pay attention, and it seems like it, but you're not thinking about other, you know, other entities outside of wrestling. So for you, of course, you would take it personal, and it will seem like it.
Well, and you know what? I do take it personal because whether it's someone I knew, someone I didn't know, someone I was friendly with, someone I was very close with, like Paul Bearer and a few others, even people that I don't like it sometimes. When we lose one of our people, it pulls on my soul. It really does. That's why the Cauliflower Alley Club means so much to me. That's why I like to do the charity work that we do here in Boston Wrestling, MWF. That's why I want to keep Wrestling Legends working. I want to, you know, I think sometimes I just think when it comes to the brain, when it reaches a certain point, you know, maybe this is deep or too deep for this podcast, but I just think, you know what? People are just ready to go, you know? Sometimes this business leaves people bitter and broke in the 3 B's, you know, in.
No, yeah.
Never mind financially broke, but physically broke.
It really does.
And you know what?
I mean,
if you're in that point where you're in poverty, when you used to be a television star, and I mean the levels of depression that must be there again, which is why I think the idea that you and David Reese originally came up with way back in 2014 was such a great one, and one that I supported so much because it's there to try and help the boys and the girls, I guess I have to throw in, even though the boys is a compliment, not an insult to the females in this industry, but you know, I think there should be a better way. I think Candy Devine, unless there was some illness that I wasn't aware of that went along with her passing, I think at 64 she should still be alive.
You know, Roddy Piper said it best in an interview. He said that wrestling had no exit plan.
Yeah.
You know, and,
Great point.
And that is so prolific because it don't, you know, because it's like a lot of things in life. It has a great entrance plan, right? But when you're there and you're doing it, you know, and people are telling you you're doing a good job, especially when you're a big star on TV, you know, it seemed like it's gonna last forever.
And when it ends, it's a major transition.
When it ends, but see, you know what? I'm gonna tell you, this is what really bothers me. You cannot instill that in these kids today. You know, the ones are, you know, are some of the ones that are on these main rosters have that arrogance about them and devil may care attitudes, but they don't think about tomorrow. You know, they don't think about the same people you meet on the way up are the same people you meet on the way down.
Yeah.
And this is why ever since I've been in not just wrestling, but the entertainment business as a whole, we can close with this.
Okay.
Treat people with respect. I don't care who it is, because you never know who you talking to.
Yeah.
I learned that a long time ago. When I impressed Barry White rapping, that was one thing. I knew he was Barry White. When I rapped to my manager, Norby Walters, just out the clear blue, I knew the name Norby Walters, and I knew Norby Walters was a big thing in entertainment, but when I was talking to him, I did not know he was Norby Walters. So if I went up to him and I was an asshole, I wouldn't be here talking to you today. Because that man took me and changed the course of my life forever. It's because of Norby Walters I got the entertainment business. It was because of Norby Walters that on that fateful day, I was in Las Vegas to meet Vince.
Right.
Had we never met, or had he never took interest in me because I was an asshole, none of this would have happened. The homeless guy that you meet on the street, at least talk to him with respect, because the Bible says you could very well be entertaining an angel and you don't even know it. Don't look down on people. Look up to everybody, because that homeless guy, one day that could be you, and you want people to treat you like a human being just as well.
Well, fantastic point, fantastic way to wrap up yet another supersized episode of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission. Oscar, your observations, not just the industry, but on entertainment and in life, always makes people think. That's why I think the show continues to grow. There are fans that want more episodes with you each and every week, but you are a man on a mission between your music and your entertainment endeavors and working with David Reese and your work as vice president in Boston Wrestling. I don't know if you can even pull it off, but I know we love having you, at least on Monday night. We're running out of time here, folks. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be back with an all-day Berzerker John Nord marathon to get you caught up on our new series, and he'll be with us live this weekend. We're in for a lot of fun. For my partner in crime, the VP in Boston Wrestling Sports, the manager of champions, again, I don't want to scream it twice on the same show, but you know what he did to roofs all over venues around the world. The man on a mission himself, Oscar. I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Monday night. Good night from Boston. Take it away, Phil.
Wrestling fans, the winter heats up with the return of the Berzerker John Nord. The WWE legend will be back for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings beginning Sunday, February the 20th. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign for you live on air. Get ready for 3 big days of the Berzerker John
Ron Nord. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at the Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house now at BostonWrestling.com. We'll see you live April the 16th. Join Oscar every Monday night after WWE Raw for a brand new episode. Again, folks, please like, share, and subscribe. Get the word out on social media so the millions of fans that don't know we exist quite yet can join the fun, join the family. As noted, we're 94% of the way to the goal on our Mighty Jannetty Indiegogo campaign to get the crazy man back to Boston to kick off season 2 of Marty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s, 90s, and current events. We miss our friend. I miss having Marty here, as frustrating as he can be sometimes. You gotta love him. Check out the link in the premiere box, the description box below, and across our social media platforms. Again, folks, if you missed, I'm telling you, Elimination Chamber, yeah, it was something. The Kingdom of Jeddah, magnificent stadium, to say the least, I guess is the best way to put it. I'm trying to find the proper wording here, folks, but it'll be nothing compared to having the Berzerker with us here Sunday night and Monday Night Live. Sunday, we'll be having our Sunday Night Live watch-along with Royal Rumble 92, which the Berzerker participated in, with the Cyber autograph signing. Again, head on over to BostonWrestling.com. If you pre-order those autograph photos and posters, it really helps the cause. We designed an exclusive print for you of the Berzerker. You can't find it anywhere else, so we hope you will pick 1 up, 2 up, 3 up. If you're a big Berzerker fan, let's make it happen, baby. We want the Berzerker back on a regular basis. We don't want his series to go on hiatus like Marty's did. As noted, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to Boston Wrestling Sports Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose, Massachusetts. We've already announced 6 of the featured 8 VIP WWF 80s legends in WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, with the potential of the mass superstar and Repo Man creeping around. You'll also see WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana, the Wild Berzerker, evil referee turned wrestler turned referee again, Dangerous Danny Davis, and at least 2 more VIP superstars, including one that will be announced Monday night during Raw. As John Cena Sr. and I have promised, if you guys get those VIP packages and tickets ASAP, we're going to bring you a 9th featured superstar. If you sell them out, we'll bring you a 10th. Who knows? Maybe even an 11th featured superstar. We want to give you the best experience and the best value for your time and money in professional wrestling. Again, WWE isn't bringing WrestleMania to Boston. It's too cold and it's too risky with the weather. So this April, we're bringing a slice of WrestleMania history to you with these great legends. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com now and get your VIPs and tickets to a wrestling celebration decades in the making. Coming up next, it's the fun-loving Godfather on Wrestling Insider Special Edition, shooting on his days in WWF in 1992 when he was Papa Shango. Crush gets a fresh coat of paint. Razor Ramon and Nails debut. Bob Backlund returns after nearly a decade. His friendship with the Head Shrinkers and Yokozuna, Conan, Paul Diamond, and tons more. Folks, it's time to get on board the Whoo Train.
Wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insider. Stan Morati along with the Godfather. We're several episodes in now with him. We've been talking about his great background in this industry long before he became Papa Shango. Now we're learning more about his time in that organization in 1992. The people he met, the people he interacted with. Sometimes someone you just shake hands with and say hello in the locker room. Others you spend time with on the road. A little bit of everything. We mentioned the return of Kamala to the TV tapings, as WWF was, with all the departures, almost desperate to try and find some big guys that look like superstars they can put on TV. What about a former WWF Tag Team Champion when he was in Demolition? Came back with a whole new look, very neonish, and he also developed, for some reason, a Hawaiian accent. The man known as Crush.
Well, he was from Kona, wasn't he?
Where he was born?
Yes.
He may have been.
I'm almost positive he was from Kona, Hawaii.
They would announce him from there, I know that.
I'm almost positive because
he was a Hawaiian.
We did a charity thing there for him in Kona one time, and I could be wrong. Good guy. He was part of BSK. Good guy, good friend, good talent, good guy to be around, strong, smart, good worker, good all-around guy. I knew him very well.
I think they made it kind of goofy at first when all of a sudden those that just saw him in Demolition a year before, all of a sudden, hi, my name is Crush and I like to crush things.
Well,
and then a year before he was this ultra dangerous kick-ass guy in Demolition, and now he's this happy-go-lucky Hawaiian crushing coconuts with an accent. I don't know. I wouldn't have used the accent.
I'm sure he didn't write it, he didn't plan it, but I was a voodoo man, then a ultimate fighter to a militant to a pimp so
I love how you just transcribed that.
They try different things.
Yeah.
Most of them don't work, some of them are silly, some of them aren't,
Well, he eventually got over it.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Once they got rid of the accent, I think that helped a little bit. I think it was almost like I don't know how much you've kept up with the product over the past 10 years, but when they would do that, Kofi used to wrestle for us, and when they have him doing that Jamaican accent when he first started, it was like,
oh boy.
He was
whose idea was that?
He was born in West Africa, and he lived in Boston for 90% of his childhood. So it was like, but whatever,
It is a work. It is a work.
That was the gimmick. That was the gimmick. He did it as well as he could.
That's all you could ask. It might work. It might not.
We talk about big guys that they tried to bring in that they thought could be superstars. A man that was kind of well known from the AWA, working for the Ganyas in Minnesota. Badass from what I'm told in real life. I really never had a chance to meet him, and he's kind of fallen off the grid. For whatever reason, he doesn't want anything to do with our great sport at this point. But Kevin Kelly comes in as Nails, the former inmate that the big boss man was a little rough with. So what a better way to get revenge on the prison guard that abused you, but get into the world of professional wrestling in the same outfit you wore in jail to get that revenge. Any memories of a unique personality, I'm told?
Most of my time spent with him was at the building. He was cool. He hung out at night. As I understand, a pretty tough guy.
Yeah,
I was there the night that him and Vince got into it. That's the night that I got thrown to the wolves after that. I don't know. Something happened with that. I just, with Sid and him and something, I think Sid might have left around the same time.
Sid was gone in April, and that issue with Vince, where he got jumped by Nails, was December.
Yeah, I don't remember all that, but who was he working with? Who was Nails working with when that happened?
They were setting up
when they planted the seeds for it, was a hot program. He just finished with Boss Man.
Yeah, but
A hot program with Taker.
okay, yeah, then I'm wrong there, but I didn't know much about him. He was a cool dude,
You didn't, yeah.
but I was there when that happened.
I want to get there once we get to December. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
I
Don't
didn't
worry.
see
We're
what
not gonna
happened,
forget
but
that part.
I was
Well,
there.
I know everybody that if they were in the same city had some kind of version of that. But I thought it was really cool with him. Where they went with Papa to great lengths to try and make him unique and different.
How they made Nils' voice talk with the video enhancements, boss man.
I thought that was really cool and kind of creepy the way they went about doing that because, as you know, with his voice, as badass as he may have been, he had that nice Minnesota sounding voice in real life. The voice itself wouldn't put a lot of fear in you. You know what I mean? Other than going the route of maybe giving him a manager and not having him talk at all.
He didn't have a manager, did he?
No, he didn't. But that's what I'm saying. That would be the only other way I think you could salvage it. It was funny. They you know how many promos you guys would have to shoot the days of TV tapings. But for one of the Boston Garden House shows, they had a Nails promo. I think it was when him and Boss Man worked in a cage. But for whatever the reason, they forgot to do the sound sweetener. So it was his regular voice. Boss Man, I'm coming to Boston November the 6th, and you're in the cage. And I'm like,
And
what?
they let it play?
They
didn't edit it?
They screwed it up.
Oh, wow.
Whoever sent out they would bicycle those tapes. But whoever sent it out, they sent it out without adding the sound suite to it. I thought it was kind of funny, but what are you going to do? Superstars of Wrestling, May 16th. May was an important month when it came to May sweeps and those television ratings. It was a rare time to see the Ultimate Warrior on television in a competitive match, taking on Brian Knobbs and the Nasty Boys one-on-one. And you happened to make your way out to the ring, and not to take it the wrong way, where the man has worked in gentlemen's clubs, like he was trying to, make sure someone's panties were picked up, but you got a piece of the Ultimate Warrior's garment, and then you returned, and you'd think it was the end of the man. He grabbed his chest, he collapsed. All of the Lanza, Gurria, Patterson, they ran for the Warrior for dear life. What is wrong with this man? They finally got him to the locker room. He was throwing up all over the place. Your memories of a crazy, still well-remembered angle 29 years later.
Yeah. People, to this day, I was a kid. They either loved Papa Shango or they hated him, but you scared everybody. And they all remember, you made the Ultimate Warrior puke or put the black ooze. I'm like, I put a root on him. That's why I got a possession of his, and I put a spell on him. That was good. You know what? For what it was creative, if nothing else.
Creative and very memorable.
Yeah.
Even if it wasn't your cup of, if you were a diehard wrestling fan back then, maybe it wasn't your cup of tea, and I can understand that point of view. Is again, 7th or 8th grade, couldn't get enough of it. How did you do I can understand the vomiting and the Nasty Boy Brian Knobb match, but how did the ooze come to be when Mean Gene was interviewing him?
Those are secrets that I'd have to kill you if I tell you.
Really?
But they were just rigged up through Richie. His name was Richie with.
He could do anything.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all you need to tell me.
Richie, what was it called? Magic.
Yeah.
It was part of Magic, and Richie was great. And he loved my gimmick because it's the first time they used a green screen was with me. Something else was first. Is I was the first person that they ever completely turned all the lights off in the building.
Really?
And they were I was the first. And they were so worried about it because they thought it could be a liability if somebody got hurt, somebody's fault. But I was the first person they ever completely turned all the lights off in the building. And that was me.
To give it that eerie ambiance,
They were behind it at first.
Can you reveal, without killing me, what it actually was that was coming down?
It was some type of black oil, probably grease paint oil that was all Richie.
Really?
That was all Richie.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And again, here we are. People can say, that was comedy, that was blah. But 29 years later,
Start talking about
I
it.
have fans, that's what they want me to ask you about. I can ask, well, you don't have to answer, but I mean, I can literally ask you anything, and you can answer however you want. That's what they want me to ask you, so there you go.
I just did, I was in Cincinnati this past weekend, and I was Papa Shango, and I did a photo op for an hour as Papa Shango, and everybody wants to know, how did that happen? Voodoo. It was voodoo. That was real. That was a real
Someday,
voodoo.
you know what? If they ever get you off that Legends contract, you're gonna have to write a book
Oh my
and
gosh.
answer the question.
If I wrote a book, nobody would believe it.
And those are the best ones. That's what Percy would always say. The great book we could write, you can't put any of the stories.
I would get a lot of people in a lot of trouble.
Exactly. Well, you know what? That's what made the fraternity and the brotherhood so much fun back when it was a different
Yes.
world, when you were in
When we were
restaurant.
family. Not a business. Back then it was more
It was
family.
And that's what
Now
one
it's
thing
more
that's
business.
really missing nowadays. But right now, fans, we got to get down to business. I got a cue from Captain Lou. We got to take a time out. We'll be right back with more Wrestling Insider Special Edition. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Get the best seats in the house now at bostonwrestling.com. The World Wrestling Federation was live at Hannah Middle School in York, Pennsylvania, Thursday, February the 16th, 1984. In the opening contest, B. Brian Blair beat Charlie Fulton, replacing Eddie Gilbert. The Tonga Kid with the win over Israel Mattia. WWF Tag Team Champion Mr. USA Tony Atlas defeated Butcher Vachon. Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff victorious over Salvatore Balomo. And in the main event, Andre the Giant, WWF Tag Team Champions Tony Atlas and Rocky Johnson, replacing Tito Santana and Jimmy Snuka, beat the Wild Samoans and Sergeant Slaughter via disqualification. If you were in York Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Wrestling fans, the winter heats up with the return of the Berzerker John Nord. The WWE legend will be back for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings beginning Sunday, February the 20th. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign for you live on air. Get ready for 3 big days of the Berzerker John Nord. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns' moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Dan Roddy with the Godfather. Now, before we continue our trip down memory lane, I do need to ask your opinion as a man that knows Las Vegas, a man that ran a strip club, a man that knows his pimping. 21, 22, 23 years old in Las Vegas. You're at the MGM in room 211, and you have these 2 beautiful women inviting you to stay the night in the bin, and you just decide to leave and walk back to, of all places, the Gold Coast. I mean, what's going on here? There's something missing in the pimping. I don't think you'd be a fan of that.
How old?
21, 22, 23?
At 21, 22, I'd be a little embarrassed to have to admit that.
Yeah.
In Vegas, when you know what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah.
How could you walk away from that?
Unless they weren't much to look at, that would be probably.
Well, that's why they make alcohol. You get free alcohol around here like water. I mean, really, you're not going to take advantage of that opportunity. You could tell that story. You wouldn't have to say what they look like. You could just tell the story.
I was humiliated.
I would have been too. So am I.
For him.
That's a lack of pimping.
I think he needs a good talking to.
I think he needs to go spend the night with me and hanging out with me at nighttime and hit some of these clubs.
You change his whole perspective.
You might
perspective.
not ever leave.
You know, he might not want to. All right, wrestling fans, as we continue our trip down memory lane, what are we in, segment 2 or 3, Captain Loeb? Segment 2. June the 1st, we saw, I guess maybe the dark match debut of a guy that would certainly make a great impact on that company over the course of the next 4 years. A man you mentioned that you interacted with over in Germany. The bad guy, Razor Ramon. Your early memories of Razor in WWF?
For some reason, I remember him from WCW. They
His
used
Diamond
to do.
Stud?
I don't know if this was before Diamond Stud.
Oh, really?
They used to film at the Showboat here in Vegas.
Oh, when he
Back,
was big,
and this
that
is
was
like
AWA, though.
Yeah, this is
That
like
wasn't
80.
NWA,
Yeah, this is like 84, 85. So
he was just Big Scott Hall.
yes,
Like
he was just
Magnum,
big. Yes, Big Scott
what was
Hall.
his name? That guy on TV. Magnum PI?
Brody, I think, was still around then.
Yeah.
And they filmed Adrian Adonis, and they would all work at Gold's Gym. And now this time I'm strong, I'm big, and I'm strong.
Yeah.
So they say these wrestlers are down here. I'm like, I bet you I'm stronger. And I'd go down the gym and see if I was stronger than them. And then somebody, it wasn't Scott, but somebody would get us tickets. And I had a crew of big guys, so we'd dress up. I think we were into George Thorogood back there, and the Destroyers. So we called ourselves the Destroyers. We had tank tops and suspenders, and we would be out there messing with the wrestlers. And people, I mean, we were bigger than most of the wrestlers. But Scott was one of them.
You on the hard cam side.
They would mess with us,
Uh-huh.
but we used to have a good time. So I knew a lot of those guys' names, and Scott, because Scott was big back then. I mean, he was probably 330, just chiseled. He was, like you said, look, the mark with the big mustache. He was big. And so, and he was strong.
And none of those guys ever came across you and tried to encourage you to break in?
No,
Really?
I didn't really hang out with him like that. I'd
Okay.
see him in the gym, but
Yeah.
I didn't really, I was just trying to see if I was stronger than them.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were more interested in that.
Yeah.
as
And
far
then
as
we were
the
just,
pieces
we'd ride
went.
our Harleys down there. We all rode Harleys, and they probably didn't know what to take of me.
They were probably worried
They're
that
probably-
they didn't want to
yeah.
be shown up by you.
Yeah, they're probably like, I still mess with him too much. He's a little different.
All right, take us back to July the 1st, 1992. Dear Lord, something I don't think anyone expected in the year 1992, after an 8-year hiatus from the company, the return, if you talk about trying to develop superstars and a new generation, the return of white meat Bob Backlund. Almost the polar opposite of what they were trying to go with. Hell of a nice guy.
Hell of a nice guy. He drink beer too.
He drank beer?
Oh, Bobby could drink
Yeah, I know
beer.
he likes his milk.
Yeah, he likes his beer too.
Really? All right.
Some of the worst matches I've ever had. And Chief K. Strongbow used to say, God bless you, Charles, you're trying. Some of the worst matches I ever had was me against Bob Backlund as Papa Shango. And having to take that little leg thing he used to do. Worst matches in history. Worst, because he really wasn't putting over the gimmick, and it was worst matches ever. But a good guy.
He only knew one way, and that was his Bob Backlund way. I'll say this, and I
Hey,
don't
he's
know.
a true shooter too.
Sure.
You didn't want to get out
No.
there and tangle with him too much because he'd stretch your ass out
Take
there.
that leg sweep.
Yeah, go ahead and take it. How do you take it?
I don't know how much where you were out of the industry at that point, but when he did that, Mr. Backlund, when they finally turned him heel,
Right.
those promos he would cut, oh my God, that was outstanding.
She was shooting.
How they took someone from that nobody cared about
Right.
in 92 and 93. I mean, there was just and not to knock him, but there was just little interest in seeing a 40-something-year-old Bob Backlund come out in his red tights, in his little circa 1963 bowling jacket, and try and work with the new generation of guys. And it took that crazy heel turn. I remember at one point, maybe, should we ask it now or wait until we get, I'll ask it now for the heck of it. But I think there was a rumor around 94 that the reason that he went nuts was because Papa was going to come back and put a spell on him. Did you ever hear that?
I've heard that. I didn't hear nothing about that when I was there, but I have heard that from people. I'm like, I didn't know anything about that.
They never approached you.
They never approached me with that, ever. I've heard it from people, though, more than once I've heard that.
Wouldn't that have been interesting?
If somebody would have gave me some help trying to work with them.
Well, then,
they were just two totally different gimmicks. And like I said, I wasn't Kamala. I wasn't so good at mine that I could work with Bob.
Yeah. And
so it was. They'd probably see some of those matches that if they weren't thinking about it, squashed it. They said, no.
I knew he was a legend. He was done before I started watching. But
right.
Once I started seeing the matches, it was like you rewound the watch to 1950.
Pretty good dude.
Nice human being, high quality.
Good guy.
Being, but just. And I say, even, again, we'll probably get into it if we continue the series into 95, but poor Kevin Nash is the new champion trying to get over, having to try and have matches with him as his first house show loop run. My God, they brought in, I remember Dick Murdoch, just to have someone to try and take a bump, even if it was outside the ring.
Hard matches.
Yeah.
I mean, that's old school. I mean, that's going way back.
That was before they even had desks. It was so.
I'm sure people were like, "Oh hell, I got to work with Bobby tonight." Oh,
yeah.
But good guy.
Nice guy.
Nice guy.
You can't knock him as a human being.
No, not at all.
Not at all. How about this one? July 11th, after a year and a half, WWF tried to lay down the law to the Meadowlands in East Rutherford, New Jersey, because they let WCW in to run a house show. They finally made the big return to the arena. Headlined by you and the Ultimate Warrior, and we talked about business being down at certain points. 12,500. That's a pretty good night, baby.
We had a few good nights.
That was a pretty good night. Any memories of a great venue like the Meadowlands in East Rutherford, or maybe even in your case, how you enjoyed the nightlife in certain areas? You're thinking.
Now I'm thinking about what we used to do.
I
mean, imagine every night we'd go to strip clubs. So whatever the strip club was in, what was it called? It wasn't called the Meadowlands. It was called, it wasn't Meadowlands, wasn't it? Or New Jersey.
In East Rutherford, New Jersey?
Rutherford,
yeah. Just a couple of miles away from MSG.
Just strip clubs. Good fans. But I mean, our whole thing was strip clubs. I mean, that's where we found our peace.
It was a nice way to end the day.
Yeah,
sleep on the plane the next day.
Me and Taker have been probably in every strip club in the United States and abroad. I mean, it was strip clubs, and the guys. If you went to a normal club, people would bother you, but in strip clubs, the guys were there to see the girls.
They were the draw.
Yes. And so you might sign a couple autographs or something, but people didn't bother you because they were there to see the girls. And we loved that fact. And we were there to see the girls.
How often would Paul go?
Paul?
Yeah.
He'd show up a lot. He wasn't a regular. Paul would, someone want to go tonight, Papa. He'd go every now and then, but that wasn't his thing.
He always liked the meals.
Yeah.
He was looking for a good place to eat.
And most back then, I don't know if it's like that now, but back then almost all the places had food.
Yeah.
So you could get a meal there. So Paul, he would every now and then.
Paul
called me Pappy. He called me Pappy. What's up, Pappy?
Is that what he called you,
Pappy?
I don't remember him ever utilizing a nickname like that. But we're getting the cue from the back. Right now, fans, we're going to take a brief time out. We're back to wrap up the show. Stand by. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Get the best seats in the house now at bostonwrestling.com. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Wheeling Civic Center in Wheeling, West Virginia, Friday, February the 16th, 1990. In the opening contest, Greg the Hammer Valentine beat Sam Houston. Bret Hitman Hart with the win over the Genius. Bob Bradley defeated Jim Powers. Hacksaw Jim Duggan victorious over Mr. Perfect. The Bushwhackers beat the Bolsheviks. The Red Rooster with the win over the Black Knight. And in the main event, Dusty Rhodes defeated Macho King Randy Savage via countout. If you were in Wheeling live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out.
It hits different live as the road to WrestleMania comes through State College with the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And a new challenger has emerged to dethrone the Queen.
Face me and put your title on the line.
As Naomi battles Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour, live in State College, March 26th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. The Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live April the 16th. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over bostonwrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. You can add this to your collection. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep Wrestling Legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event, number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Wrestling fans around the corner around the world, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marotti and the fun-loving Godfather. We've been having a lot of fun, even though we're going back to his dark days as a voodoo man, but nonetheless, interesting stories nonetheless. What about Conan? He was a guy that WWF tried to come up with a lot of different characters for.
Right.
I know they invested a lot of money into that Max Moon character.
Wow.
That I thought was going to be something monumental for them, which really turned into nothing. But it extended Paul Diamond a little bit. But do you remember Conan being at all these different TV tapes?
Yes, but I never hung out
No
with him.
really interactions with him?
No, never really got to know him.
Well, as someone that was so over, I remember being told back in the day he was over like a movie star in Mexico. He was so
In Mexico,
strong,
but not here.
in the United States, no, it just never clicked. Never. I wonder if WWF kept that against him, that they spent all that money to try and make
Well,
Max
they
Moon.
did that with a lot of people. I mean, back then, they at first they would push it, and then they'd back off of it right away, or maybe. But I mean, everybody got a little bit of a push.
Well, they did try and push it a little with Paul Diamond as Max, but I know they created it specifically.
Paul had a lot of
for
heat.
Conan.
He had a lot of heat there.
Paul did?
Yeah.
Or why was that?
I'm not gonna get into that why, but
Oh wait, was that the Tatanka story?
yeah, he had a little bit
I know
of
what
heat
you
there.
mean. I know what you mean. Yeah.
That's funny you know that.
What's that?
It's funny you know that.
Well, we've done a lot of interviews. What about two guys, at least one of which you'd go on to become very, very good friends with? The debut of Samu, Fatu, the Head Shrinkers. Early memories before you became tight with them.
Early memories. Cool. People that I like. It was him, Yoko, Sammy, him, and we just gelled right away. And from music to we're both from the West Coast. I knew about that family. I mean, because even if you didn't watch wrestling, you knew the Alpha and Sika, you knew who they were. And they were cool. And they were good people. They were stand-up people. If you got into a fight, they would definitely be there.
Good people to have on your side.
Really good people to have on your side. It was just funny. I traveled so much with Yoko and Pat Jr. and man, that whole I've been to more than one funeral with those guys, which is sad, but just a great family, great people. I talked to Kishi. Well, we text each other or social media.
Everyone's just talking, but it's not type.
But I'm still in communication with Kishi a lot. He gets me bookings. I get him bookings.
Oh, so
we're
nice.
still really good friends.
Were you more tight with Junior than you were Sam?
Yeah.
Because maybe Sam wasn't around as long.
Sam wasn't around as long.
Yeah.
And I was, and Sam kind of did his own. He wasn't around as long when I was there. It was Junior and Yoko.
And funny, WWE made one of their rare slips on television. I remember as the Head Shrinkers debuted, Gorilla Monsoon was pushing all of his fans. If you think this is something, we have a 450-pound Samoan coming our way. And he didn't quite turn out to be a 450-pound Samoan. In reality, maybe, but definitely not in his televised persona. But I know they even went to the extent of having Alpha try and do promos with him as Coquina at TV tapings, but somewhere in some creative meeting might have said, you know what? That's a sumo, not a Samoan. And you know what? Look at the great magic that he created as Yoko. Who knows? It might have been the greatest thing that ever happened.
Oh, man.
They presented him as a sumo wrestler.
He did a great job.
I wouldn't have known he was Samoan.
Most people did.
Yeah.
He's probably more black than Samoan. A lot of people don't know that he's a rapper.
Yoko?
Oh, man, Yoko could rap, kind of like the Booyah Trap type of thing. Because when I met Yoko, I'm listening to country music, and he's listening to rap. And so there's a whole story to that that's pretty funny. But, he was one of the people to get me to start listening to rap. I used to listen to Hank Williams Jr. was my favorite. And so I used to chew tobacco. Mm-hmm. So I think it was Yoko over here, I'm here, Taker, Paul Bearer might have been in the car. So I'm driving, right?
Percy must have been thrilled.
That's why Percy liked me. I love, he was a big George Jones guy. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
And so Percy dug the fact that I knew so many country songs. Anything in the 80s, from 79 to 89, that's all I listened to is country. So long story short, I'm listening to Hank Jr. and Yoko sitting over here. And back then we had cassettes. We rented Lincoln Continentals and Cadillacs.
Cassettes,
so I'm singing and spitting my tobacco, and he looks at me, looks at the tape, looks at me, looks at the tape, puts the window down, ejects the tape, throws it out the window. And I'm like, dude, what the hell would you do that for? And he said, hey, mofo, anybody ever tell you black? I'm like, what? Listen to that hillbilly stuff for, and then we start listening to DJ Quick, and I think the West Side Connection album just came out. But yeah, man, Yoko was a great guy.
Well, and another one that left us way too soon. Way too soon. Yoko, yeah. I mean,
I was on tour with him. We all were coming back from the Hulk Hogan tour in Australia. And I just came home. I flew home. I went to Cheetahs the next morning. When I just got home, I went to Cheetahs.
Oh, the Hogan farewell tour in the summer of '93. Yeah, those were his last matches for almost a decade. Yeah.
He was like a little kid on the plane home. Britney Spears was on there. He was like love struck with her. And,
Yoko?
No, Amaga.
Hogan?
Amaga.
Oh, Amaga. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Oh.
About deaths in the family,
right. Just the family.
And I went to Cheetahs, And Junior called me. He's like, they call him Umaga Icky.
Icky, because I knew that because I think he lived next door to Shelton.
Yeah.
In Houston, yeah.
They called him Icky, and he's like, bro, Icky just passed away this morning. And I'm like, what do you mean Icky just passed? Dude, we were just on the plane last night. What are you talking about? Yeah, so as soon as he got back, he passed that morning, which was sad.
That family has had a lot of tragedy.
Yes.
And they're good people.
Very good people.
As far as
Very.
I'm
I mean,
concerned.
Rosie, all of them, just good people.
Yeah, Rosie's another one. I
Another
how
good
young
guy.
he was when he passed. I wonder what it, by the time this year's, it may be old news, but they just had, I know Junie was putting out on social media, a young niece that was killed.
I think that was in San Francisco. She was murdered.
Wow.
This crazy world, brother. Crazy world we live in.
And it's not just ours, believe it or not. It's crazy that goes on outside of the wrestling bubble. But wrestling fans, we're running out of time here. We're getting set up to do a little Paul Bearer holiday headlocks magic. We appreciate you tuning in this week. Again, I'll get the cheap plugs in as quick as I can. Chat away. Let us know what you think of this episode. All the great 1992 talk we've had. The super chat button is open for business if you want to help us keep the lights on and have more great talk shows like this. A thumbs up would go a long way. I don't think the two girls at MGM and 211 gave him a thumbs up.
They might be double thumbs down.
And they're not going to subscribe to his channel like they are hopefully going to do for us. If you want early ad-free access to these great shows and to help keep Wrestling Legends working, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling and help us keep the memory alive of, this is Santa Claus, not Paul Bearer, but help us keep Paul Bearer's memory alive through our annual Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. For the Godfather of Navarrete, we'll see you in the near future sometime soon. Stay healthy, be well. Good night from Las Vegas. Fans, if you want more of The Godfather, don't forget to use that super chat button during the premiere. You can use PayPal and Venmo after the fact. And subscribe to our acclaimed Patreon streaming service. This was The Godfather's final episode with us for now, at least for the time being, which is kind of sad. We had a lot of fun with The Godfather, despite the, you-know-who ruining the audio on it. But anyway, The Godfather would love to join us here in studio, as would Marty Jannetty, as noted, once we hit the goal for Marty's Indiegogo campaign. He's going to be rocking his way from Florida back to Boston for Season 2 of his Wild Party with Marty program. Find the link to the Indiegogo campaign in the Premier chat box in the description box below, and or across our social media platforms. Again, folks, we got to keep pushing it because it's costing us a fortune. We are less than 8 weeks away from our Back to the 80s live MWF Wrestling and Legends Fan Fest extravaganza, Saturday, April the 16th at Memorial Hall, right here in Melrose, Massachusetts. Celebrate the glory days of the WWF with WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana, the Wild Berzerker, evil referee turned wrestler Dangerous Danny Davis, and at least 2 more 80s VIP guests to be announced, including one during Raw Monday night. As noted, if the VIP packages sell out, if they keep moving, John Cena Sr. and I are going to bring you even more than 8 80s legends. That's our commitment to you. It is a promise. The event includes a VIP exclusive Q&A session before the fans enter. It includes an 80s VIP Legends group photo before the fans enter. It includes an autograph and photo session open to every fan before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow blow the roof off a Memorial Hall with a hot night of professional wrestling. Coming up next, folks, a short bonus Wrestling Insider special edition with former WWE Intercontinental and European Champion D'Lo Brown shooting on why you should be watching Impact Wrestling in 2022. Here's D'Lo. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider Special Edition. As I continued my West Coast voice, I was explaining to D'Lo earlier what happens to people's voices because of the air out here in Nevada. You've only been here 7 years, so I needed to explain it to you.
Yes.
But I am very happy to have D'Lo with us. D'Lo, a lot is going on in the world of Impact Wrestling right now. You are not only one of the faces in the soundtracks to Impact each week on the microphones and the headsets, but behind the scenes, you're an awfully busy individual as well, too, dealing with talent and events and television tapings for the fans that may have, I hate to say it, maybe even lost track of Impact Wrestling a little bit, where it's moved from Spike to Destination America to, what the heck was the name of that other one?
Access TV.
But before that, there was another one.
There was a couple of them.
That show that Schitt's Creek was on. I can't think of the name of it.
it.
Pop TV, was that
Pop, yes. Pop.
And now it's on AXS TV, which is a much, I think, a better channel. But tell the fans maybe that have lost track, what's all the great stuff that's going on in Impact Wrestling that they may have been missing the past couple of years.
I mean, that's a good question. I get that all the time. What am I missing in Impact? First of all, Thursday nights, 8 p.m., Access TV, also on our YouTube, just search Impact Wrestling. But what Impact is now compared to what it was just, say, 5 years ago is a completely different company. The level and the caliber of athlete and talent we have, guys like Sami Callihan and Moose and Eddie Edwards and Deanna Purrazzo and Tennille Dashwood and on. We create, with our talent and with our creative, create compelling stories with great athletes who can go out there and perform at the highest level. And when you add in the ability we have to work with other companies around the world, New Japan, AEW, AAA, we bring in some of the other best talent in the world. So we, on a regular, have dream matches. I mean, you had a match, Rich Swann versus Kenny Omega for the Impact World title. You have, Christian Cage coming up against Ace Austin this week for the Impact World title. I mean, it is amazing when you think about this. And then we get guys like the Good Brothers who will travel over to New Japan, who will travel over to AEW. And you got guys like Finjuice who come in from New Japan, El Phantasmo, guys like this coming into our company, bring up the level and the quality of work we have. And then you add in the young talent we have with a nice sprinkling of some vets in there. I think we have what it takes to put on a compelling show. And I've said before, during the pandemic, I call the pandemic era the 18, 19 months where there were no fans in the audiences. So either company sank or swim. And I think Impact didn't just swim, they flew over the water. I mean, we put on great shows in empty arenas and had some of our best ratings because we're putting out a quality product. When you take all the bells and whistles away from everybody, you're stripped down to talent and story production. That's it. And I think Impact really, really excels in those aspects. So if you've not given Impact Wrestling a chance, a try, look us up. Give us 1 or 2 episodes. If you don't like it, hit me up on Twitter at DLoBrown75. Tell me why you don't like us. Tell me what you're thinking is we need to do better. But I guarantee you won't send that tweet because you're going to like what you see.
Now, you mentioned Beyond Access TV to look up Impact on YouTube.
Yes.
Now, does YouTube feature just clips, or can you actually get an entire episode?
We'll get our Impact is shown every week on YouTube TV.
The entire episode?
The entire episode.
Wow,
so
that's pretty cool.
We are everywhere. If you have the internet, you have the ability to watch Impact Wrestling.
So even if you have cable and you don't have AXS, and I don't think I do back in Boston, I can catch a complete whole episode of Impact each and every week on YouTube.
Yes.
It's that simple.
It's that simple.
Wow. So all you really need is the internet.
That's it. If you have the internet or a smart TV, Apple TV, or Roku stick, you can watch Impact Wrestling. That's pretty much 90% of the country.
Now, as one of the executives within the company, I don't know if you want to reveal too much about what you do behind the scenes, where do you see Impact maybe a year from now as it continues to grow and evolve into a whole new direction, like you said, from where it was 5 or 10 years ago?
I think Impact will constantly keep reinventing itself, and it's just going to grow larger and larger. And as we start to travel again and we get to see the feedback from the fans as we go around the country, we'll get a true pulse of what the people think of Impact Wrestling. So a year from now, the sky's the limit. We're still moving up. You can feel it. It's compared to where it was 2.5 years ago to now, night and day.
And it's something the company, a year from now, will be getting ready to celebrate its 20th anniversary, much like we are this year. And that's a really cool thing in and of itself, where there have been so many people that have written it off as dead so many times.
No, that's
Impact is dead, or when it was TNA, TNA is going to be dead. But look at that, next June, next June it'll be 20 years that that company has been in existence. It's had many different variations, and different executives have been in charge at different times, but the company itself is alive, and as you're saying right now, it's thriving. I mean, literally, any human being in the world that can access YouTube can access Impact at any time.
Yes.
Does it air at the same time as the TV show, or a little after the fact?
It airs the same time.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
So, I mean, if you have the internet, you have a computer, you have, like I said, Roku, Apple TVs, whatever, Fire Stick, you got Impact Wrestling.
Now, when you were one of the top guys when Impact was kind of creating itself and sticking its foot in the water back in the 2002, 2003, 2004 era, when you were in the mix with Raven and Jeff Jarrett for the World Championship, did you think it would still be alive and thriving in the way it is right now in 2021?
You know, you for me, in the beginning, you thought it had something special, but I don't think anyone can predict it's lasting this long. I mean, I don't think Vince McMahon looked at his WWF and thinks, well, I could become the global icon in 20 years. You know, it's hard to envision where you can go, but all the foundation was there for this company to survive. And you know, one of our mottos, and it's the name of one of our pay-per-views, Impact Wrestling. It's hard to kill, and that's
a cool name for it.
It's appropriate.
Yeah,
it's hard to kill.
And for all of the, you know, you get your sarcastic, smart fans online sometimes, but how long did WCW last when Ted Turner bought it? 10 years?
Yeah.
How long did ECW last? Neither one of them hit 20 years.
No, they didn't hit 20 years, no, 10 years maybe. But I mean, and that's a special thing for any wrestling company. You know this, any wrestling company, because you're about to celebrate the same thing.
Yeah.
That makes it to 20 years in this industry is saying a lot. And that puts you in very rarefied air when you talk about a company with its doors open consistently for 20 years. So I'm proud to be part of this. I'll be proud to celebrate the 20th anniversary next year, and hopefully let's have 20 more.
Hey, now you're talking, right? That's
more.
the positive way to think. Well, fans, we wanted, and not to be confused with our friend Alex back there, but fans, we wanted to just give you a few thoughts, give you a few reasons why you should check out Impact Wrestling. I've had a chance to see some of their more recent pay-per-views. It was just, I loved what I saw. I was so impressed at how things have improved from, you know, every company is going to have its ups, every company is going to have its downs. Like I said, with all the TV channel changes, sometimes it was just hard to find, but now it's got a great home on AXS TV, and in addition to that, even if you don't have AXS TV, or even if you don't subscribe to cable, if you have the internet, you can simply go to YouTube and enjoy Impact Wrestling each and every week. D-Lo, any final thoughts about Impact?
Just give us a chance. Thursday nights, 8 o'clock. Check us out. Trust me, you won't regret it.
You heard it from D-Lo fans. We'll speak soon. You and yours be. Always love having the insightful D-Lo Brown with us. He is a good man that does business the right way. He's someone you want to have on your team in the King of Sports. Do you love having Oscar, the Godfather, D-Lo? Folks, share your thoughts in the Premier Chat or in the comments section below. And again, don't forget to tip the bartender graciously, respectfully, using the world-famous YouTube Super Chat button. Whether you have $1 or $1,000, please like, share, and subscribe as this Week in Review continues. We can't produce these great shows without your help. Coming up next, it's time for the wildest night of the week with Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursdays, hosted by the wild and unpredictable Berzerker, John Nord. This week, the Berzerker shoots more on his time in WWF in 1991, Earthquake in his feuds with Jake Roberts, Andre the Giant, and Squashing Damien, Kerry Von Erich and the Von Erich family tragedies, Tugboat turning heel as Typhoon, Greg the Hammer Valentine, Tito, Santana, and tons more. Here's the Berzerker. All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday. Dan Marotti and my buddy John Nord. John, a pleasure to have you with us once again.
Thank you, brother.
We continue to pour through the world that was The World Wrestling Federation in 1991. The feedback is tremendous. The premiere box is open. We'd love your feedback on the episode. If you're not joining us on Thursday night, you can always share your thoughts in the description box below. Of course, as always, the Super Chat is open for business. If you want to have more great legends like the Berzerker back here in studio, it takes a lot of love to get the studio lights on, to get the studio crew, to get the talent, the airfare, the hotel, and everything that goes along with it, because we love you guys. We're giving you the great content. Show us some love back. Make it mutual. Make it a love affair, even though we're a few days past Valentine's Day.
That's right.
There you go. All right.
That's
All right,
right.
we were talking about Sid making his debut in May of 1991. Kind of a departure, even though it wasn't human, around the same time was Damien in one of the more memorable angles of the era. Jake the Snake was
mean Damien?
Huh? What the hell is that?
That's what he used to do.
The Snake?
Damien.
Yeah. What was it that you just did?
Oh, no. There was a guy named Damien.
Who was
He had a short in the WWF. And he had like either 1 or 2 night champs. And they were going to push him. And he would go in the ring and he would do his gimmick and he would go.
Oh, Damien Demento. Yes, he came in late 92. Yes, I remember who you... He actually was on...
I forgot Demento,
He was on the first show that Tony Rumble ever ran that I worked for back in 1993.
I'm not imagining stuff.
So you know what? Everything comes full circle, as they say.
It does. So, Damien, so, I don't know, where were we?
We were talking about, instead of Damien Demento, Damien the Snake.
Yeah.
Jake the Snake was tied up in the ropes, and Earthquake came charging off the ropes, and he did the big finish sit-down splash on Damien. And as a youngster, along with many fans around the world, thought that Earthquake killed Damien.
Yeah.
Jake did a great job selling the horror of opening the bag that Earthquake's big ass killed his snake. And it turned in. Yeah, and PETA, they went after WWF hot and heavy. Yeah. And I thought in one of Vince McMahon's geniuses, you know, when the PETA people would show up, he'd say, "You want to see the bag?" And he'd bring them the bag, and they'd open it up, and it certainly wasn't a snake that was squashed to death.
Right. God, that's classic.
Yeah, it was a great angle. Got a lot of heat.
That is huge heat.
And at the same time, Earthquake was also embroiled in a feud by trying to take away the walking ability of Andre the Giant. Andre started to have to use those crutches.
I forgot about that.
After Earthquake attacked him. So on the house show loop, you had Earthquake taking on Jake Roberts with Andre in his corner as the manager, which is almost a pun in and of itself, where Andre wasn't the world's biggest Jake fan. But memories of the late, great John Tenter, Earthquake.
Memories? Well, he was a great guy. I used to make him laugh in the locker room a lot. I really did. And he was a good friend of mine, not personalized, you know, friend, call you at home, but friend in the locker room. He would laugh. But most people don't know, maybe you do know, but John Tenter was a world champion wrestler.
Sumo, right?
No,
amateur?
it was Greco, I think.
Oh, really? Okay, that I did not know.
Yeah. And now one thing you got to remember, here's a comparison. Brock Lesnar, national champ, right? Mm-hmm. John Tenta, world champ. Well, back then, it was unlimited weight in college and out of college. Unlimited weight. That's why Chris Taylor in 1972 won a silver medal because he weighed 500 pounds for Iowa State. So then they knocked it down to 285 pounds is the max you can weigh. And that's what Brock Lesnar weighed when Brock won nationals. Well, John Tenta couldn't even wrestle because he weighed almost, or I think about 400. And, but if you got Brock trying to take down Tenta, you ain't gonna take John Tenta down. He weighs 400 pounds and he knows how to block stuff. He ain't real fancy, but you ain't gonna beat him. There was another guy who wrestled for North Carolina, named Jimmy Jackson, and he weighed 440 back in the day when you could weigh anything you want. A lot of people don't know that, so that's why I bring that up, just for an information deal.
He was very agile for a big man, and I don't think a lot of fans realize how young he was. He was kind of the world's oldest looking young guy.
Did Johnny pass?
Tenta?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He had cancer probably 15 years ago. He was in, I believe, his very early 40s.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I think I knew that. I just forgot it.
It's been so long ago, you almost forget it sometimes.
That is.
Yeah. There's been so many deaths since.
Yeah, that's sad. Man, though, if you talk but if you could have slapped the world champion on anybody, it could have been him real easy, because nobody could have touched him as far as if you want to really start shooting and taking down a guy. It ain't happening.
Great opponent for Hogan and Earthquake, I'd say.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Hogan and Ultimate Warrior, I'd say.
Yeah, absolutely. Both, for sure, 100%.
Yeah.
And if he would have had it in him, John was a very passive guy. And again, he didn't want to lose his job, but he could have maybe not liked the guy and just squashed the shit out of him. And then he could get back to the locker room. What'd you do that for? You're fired. So I think, that's why John behaved. John wasn't a drinker or drugger, nothing. Now, ain't that crazy? A guy that don't drink or drug at all dies that young.
Due to the big C, yeah.
Talk about the cards.
One of the first of the major stars to take to the internet, I think, as he was battling cancer. He enjoyed interacting with fans on different message boards and things like that. And yeah, so maybe that helped him a little bit as his time was coming to an end.
That's cool.
Positive.
Well, God
to
bless
look forward
his soul.
to every day.
God bless his soul, man.
I would have loved to have had him in the studio. I'm sure he had some great stories he could have shared with everybody.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, maybe in our next lifetime when we start doing the interviews up there, but we'll have to wait and see.
That's right.
Some interesting June house show opponents for the Berzerker. One, I think it was a one-off, maybe a substitution, but it was the Berzerker in Pittsburgh defeating Hillbilly Jim. A unique matchup, to say the least. Hillbilly really wasn't active on the road all that much in '91, but maybe, like I said, he was taking the place of someone in a pinch, or any memories of working old Hillbilly Jim.
Daniel, let's stop this right now. I never wrestled Hillbilly Jim.
Well, it's not what the history books say, my friend.
That never
June 5th, 1991, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Somebody's got
the Berzerker defeated Hillbilly Jim.
Somebody's got something very fouled up. I know I never wrestled Hillbilly Jim. Now, if anybody can prove me wrong on that, Dan, I'm not trying to be disagreeable, but this is, I mean, me and you are like this. I can tell you, but I don't want to sit here and agree if I'm not sure. I'm telling you I'm 99% sure. The only 1% is, Jim, I don't know, maybe I was high when I went to the ring. I don't remember anything.
Well, it was your life. You did live it.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, I'd have to, gosh dang it, and I don't want to diss you at all. Like, I mean, you know what you're talking about. You've been doing this a long time, and I know that you know the deal. So I do 100%. Anybody else, I would say, no, that's ridiculous. But you, I gotta say, I gotta give you the 1%. But I'm telling you,
you're pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure I never wrestled them.
And I will say this, maybe where an error could have taken place, it's the only documented match that took place was you guys in Pittsburgh that one time. So if for whatever reason it's just something that slipped your mind, maybe that was it. Because it was only once.
Well,
if it even did happen.
I'm telling you.
Probably not.
If you listen, I'm in you for $20. I know that. But listen, I'm telling you, I never wrestled.
Well,
him.
I believe
no
you.
way. I would have talked to him. I would have felt his body. I would have slammed him. I would have known his attire. None of that. I've never met the man.
You never even met Hillbilly Jim.
I've never met Hillbilly
Oh, well, you know what? I'm
Jim.
going to guess the match didn't happen then. I'm going to guess there was an error somewhere.
It was an error.
All right. Well, maybe someday we'll come across an
Can
old...
I try to get my 20 back on that?
I believe you, so that would be kind of hard.
Damn.
But, if I ever come across an old program or something like that with a lineup sheet, who knows? Maybe it was one of those things where it was so brief.
And you can, in the fans, if you can prove me wrong, any way, shape, or form, do it, please. I would like to know if I was in a blackout.
Anyone in the Steel City in Pittsburgh, if you were around in June of 1991 and maybe have the original program from the show, let us know. Also that month you were working about a guy that you didn't have many complimentary things to say about, the Birdman, Coco Beware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, did I wrestle him that next night?
Month he was one of your regulars.
Yeah, did not like wrestling him. He was hard. He was selfish and he was hard, and there's nobody you talk to liked wrestling Coco. Nobody. If you go right down the line of people that wrestle them, you might find somebody that would be super passive and go, oh, yeah, he was great, just to keep it smooth in the conversation. But I'm telling you, Coco was hard to wrestle because he was paranoid that you were going to get over on him.
Do you think that he came across that way because he was maybe nervous about his position? Do you think maybe he resented he never got to go further up the card because of his height?
I think all of them. I think you nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
You nailed it. All everything you just said is what it is. I'm not saying I'm sure he's a wonderful guy, but he was just paranoid and very hard to deal with. And who wants to deal with someone that's hard to deal with?
But he had a very pleasant...
That's why he didn't go up the ladder.
He had a very pleasant singing voice, much like our friend down in New York, Brendan Elam.
Really?
Yeah. Well, you never heard Coco sing his entrance songs? Bird, 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 pile driver? Never?
Oh, good.
All right, well...
Well, no, now that, I'm sure I did, and I know I don't remember that.
You didn't really care about his singing?
Yeah, I didn't care.
All right.
No, I was thinking about me.
All right, wrestling fans, we hope you'll care enough to stay with us on Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. Then we'll be back with the man himself, the Berzerker, John Nord.
Thank you.
Wrestling fans, the winter heats up with the return of the Berzerker, John Nord. The WWE legend will be back for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings beginning Sunday, February the 20th. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign for you live on air. Get ready for 3 big days of the Berzerker, John Nord. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause. Now, let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin,
Jey Uso in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Throwback Thursday. Dan Marati along with your host, the Berzerker John Nord, as we continue to plow through the year. 1991, almost like Gory through Fluffy, but that's a different story. Yeah, you got to say that again. Another one of your house show opponents from that month, you worked, I believe it was a primetime wrestling match against a guy much closer to the end than the beginning. A good friend of Annie's, as a matter of fact. Greg the Hammer Valentine is a baby face. Your memories as a face Valentine, I should say.
Yeah, Greg, great guy to work with.
Really?
Nothing but the best. Greg was just a superb guy. Let me tell you, the Hammer worked for the WWF for 20 years straight. His checks he gets now are huge, his quarterlies. I heard one quarterly check he got was 60 grand.
Wow.
But I want to tell you something. The reason it is because he just kept showing up. When business was bad and checks were just terrible, he just kept working. And he was smart. And he was a great guy to work with in regards to, he was kind of stubby, you know, he was like picking up a big 55-gallon drum instead of a long board.
Yeah.
He was so he was a little tougher to get around, but was Greg like one of them wanting to be a tough guy? Hell no. He had no interest in his ego, none. He just wanted to do his job the best of his ability, and get the best paycheck he could and stay out of everybody's way and just quietly keep showing up, and he did that for 20 years.
Do you think in his final months within the company, when you were almost debuting, like Chips in the Night,
Yeah.
do you think him being a babyface suited him?
Suited him?
Yeah. I really don't think he had the personality for it.
For a babyface? No way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then again, after being there for so long, what more could you do with him
Yeah,
as a
I mean,
heel?
you got to do something. You got to change something. Something's got to happen different. I mean, you just can't, 20 years of being a heel, I mean, you're going to get like, oh, we've seen this before. But
it was almost like Tito. I mean, you'd seen just about everything he had to offer in that territory.
Oh, Tito, you'll fall asleep, Tito. Arriba. And that goes for you, Arriba.
He paced.
Yeah.
And the same for Valentine. They used to joke it took him 15 minutes to get warmed up, and when you'd see him live, it sure felt like it did.
Oh, my God. Get on with the man. It was brutal. And I remember, you're right. I remember watching, like, who's on first? Like, let's get the hell out of here. I get the case of Coors Light. Let's get the rent-a-car and let's move on. You think we can get out of here by 10? Well, I don't know. Arriba's in there pacing, and Valentine's in there. He hasn't even got to the ring yet, and it's been 7 minutes.
Both of them on the same show must have been a long night.
Oh, my God, brutal. And they knew that the Minnesota guys were waiting to drink beer and go have some fun. But no, they were just going to move slow. Anyways.
Also, sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, same month you had your buddy Snugboat
Team up with the Bushwhackers at a TV taping against the Nasty Boys and Earthquake. Earthquake was really busy that summer. We saw the turn of Snugboat to go from kind of a Bluto-looking, fun-loving guy into the heel Typhoon, which I thought fit him much, much, much better.
Way better. Snugboat was...
I don't think that was ever over
something out
one
of
iota.
a bad cartoon.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, he turned heel, and that did him justice. He still, in his personality in the ring, he still didn't have that vicious killer thing that actually would scare people. Like
you don't think he was vicious enough?
I don't think so. When he turned heel, I think he could have been more vicious. He would have gone up the ladder. I think both them guys, if they would have been just a little more vicious, it would have made a big difference in the office, in the ring, and in their paycheck.
Interesting observation. You know, I say this, I thought physically they made for great foils for the Legion of Doom once they worked through the undercard teams, because they were believable. You know, they had credibility.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the Beverly Brothers, who were, you know, smaller than the Legion of Doom or a team like that. Yeah.
Right. Well, them guys, if they wanted to, the Road Warriors couldn't have even picked them up, slammed. They could have done nothing to them.
Yeah.
They kept hitting them, and they just could stand there. But, you know, the actual... Well, when we get to the Beverly Brothers, let me know, because I got some big opinions on
great.
them.
All right, we'll save that then for when they debut within the company.
Got huge opinions on the Bevs.
Take us back to one night, maybe that stands out in your mind better than some others on the road. July the 1st, 1991, the Berzerker defeats Superfly Jimmy Snuka, making his debut in the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden.
Jimmy Superfly, not tonight, brother.
Well, this one actually took place.
Okay, so...
This was your in-ring debut at MSG.
Yeah. What do I remember about it? Jimmy Snuka is a class act. He was a legend. He is, to this day, in my eyes, still one of the greatest of ever. And somebody checked me out on this. I think in 1969 he was Mr. Hawaii bodybuilder. I always wanted to. I always heard that, and I always wanted to see if it was true, because growing up, I always had a bunch of bodybuilding magazines, like Arnold, you know, won the first Olympia in 1970. Joe Weider pushed him, you know. And about Jimmy in 1969 being Mr. Hawaii, I believe it. I mean, look at the guy. When he was in shape, he was just, man, he just had the, and then jumping off the top rope. It was a pleasure to work with him. I felt I was working with royalty. I really did. And to go over on him, definitely made me just appreciate Jimmy all the more, because here you got Jimmy. Did Jimmy ever sit there and bitch that he had to do a job, or complain that he was, you know, gonna lose, or complain that I was too stiff with them? Nothing like that. That's the difference.
And what about working at MSG itself, the world's most famous arena? Anything special about the garden?
Awesome. It just has a feel to it. Mm-hmm. But one thing that you do is when you, back then, I'm sure they, you know, redid them, but the locker rooms were real old, and they had names scratched on the board and carved in the cement, and some of them were literally, I seen one that had to do when the Nazis were holding a rally there.
At MSG?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yes. And it had something to do with, and they scribbled in 1940, 1940, I think. But anyways, and I knew, and then I seen a special on the Nazis and how they had a group of them here in the U.S. before we even knew what the heck they were about, or if our guys were going that we had to stop, or we'd all be speaking German right now. So our veterans, hats off always to our vets.
Absolutely.
The World War II vets, you go by them white crosses and that, you take your hat off or do a sign of the cross, because those are guys that paid the ultimate price for our freedom. You've heard that 1,000 times, but it don't make it any less true. But anyways, back to the Garden. It had that feel. It had that feel of freedom, like this is Madison Square Garden. This is what America's about. This is what Ellis Island is about. This is that we're all Americans. It feels like that. And it was old. There was nothing special about it except the feeling.
What about the ceiling that had kind of that special
out there?
The way it was designed, I guess maybe is the best way to put it.
Yeah, it was
Any
designed.
Butterflies when you walked out the first time that night?
Yeah. I was nervous. I was like, man, I'm in Madison Square Garden. I got to get this right. I got to perform, man. And it's just got to feel. You look up, and some guys could care less. They've done it in the Garden dozens of times. Doesn't matter. That particular night, I had butterflies, and I was just to think of the stuff that had happened in the Garden is pretty cool.
Absolutely, and you're a part of the history of it now, you know.
Well,
maybe not a pay-per-view main event, but you know what? You were there. You were victorious over one of professional wrestling's great legends in the Superfly. So no one can ever take that away from John Duggan.
Superfly is a legend.
Well, July 1991, I tell you, this is when the first of many nosedives for the World Wrestling Federation began. I don't know if you ever would have interacted with the man, but the trial of George Zahorian began. The good Dr. George Zahorian, the man that always made sure the boys had their candies, so to speak.
Was that his name?
George Zahorian.
Yeah. Well, we had more doctors going on than just George.
There were a lot more Zahorians out there than Zahorian.
There was Dr. Unger from L.A. There was Dr. From Indianapolis. Doctor, we used to meet him at a hotel and pay him cash for the goodies.
The candies.
And for the candies. Dr. Unger in L.A. would bring in boxes of samples of Vicodin. And
boxes?
Boxes.
Wow.
And they were in tinfoil, and you'd have to rip them open. And everybody just grabbed them right away. And, taking a Vicodin is like drinking a six-pack of beer. You feel great.
Yeah.
And they go great with beer. But if you got an addiction problem, don't take them. If you can have fun with them, take them. Who cares if you ain't hurting nobody?
Well, Zahorian's point of view was he felt like he was giving the boys something clean, something pure, as opposed to what they could get off the street.
Whatever happened?
What's that now?
Whatever happened to the good doctor?
Oh, he wound up going to jail for several years as a result of this trial.
Several years?
Yep. Now Vince McMahon's...
You sure that ain't a bit strong?
Well, now the WWE attorney Jerry McDevitt, at the time he was the personal attorney for Hulk Hogan. The Hulkster got out of testifying. But Roddy Piper, Danny Spivey, Rick Martel, Brian Blair, they had to take a couple of bullets, and they were forced to testify, something that Roddy Piper said.
Them?
Yeah.
That sucked.
Piper said he resented that a great deal in one of his books, that he was forced to testify, but Hogan wasn't.
Yeah, because that would be Roddy. I could see Roddy being very resentful towards that, because Roddy is not a stooge.
Did you ever I know you said you encountered Zahorian types, but did you ever encounter Zahorian himself?
Yeah.
What did you think of
I
him?
didn't know his name.
Oh, you didn't even know his name? Okay.
I didn't even know his name. I was just a doctor. There's a doctor in Louisville, too, that would give them out really easy. So there was a lot of other doctors doing the exact same thing, and then they send this guy to prison. I mean, that's not justice, my friend. It's not.
Well, we get the cue from Howard Miller right now. Take a brief time out. When we come back, we'll continue the conversation on how things really started to go bad in the World Wrestling Federation in 1991. Stand by. Ooh. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Get the best seats in the house now at bostonwrestling.com. The World Wrestling Federation was live at Kolf Sports Center in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, Wednesday, February the 17th, 1993. In the opening contest, the Steiner brothers beat the Beverly brothers. Bob Backlund with the win over Papa Shango. El Matador defeated the Predator. Crush victorious over WWF Intercontinental Champion Shawn Michaels via disqualification. WWF Tag Team Champions Money Inc. retained the title over the Nasty Boys. Virgil beat Repo Man, and in the main event, Yokozuna with the win over the Macho Man Randy Savage. If you were in Oshkosh Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our acclaimed Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive Superstar Shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out.
It hits different live as the road to WrestleMania comes through State College with the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And a new challenger has emerged to dethrone the Queen.
Face me and put your title on the line.
As Naomi battles Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour, live in State College, March 26th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now. The Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house now at bostonwrestling.com. We'll see you live April the 16th. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over bostonwrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. You can add this to your collection. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep Wrestling Legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event. Number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Throwback Thursday. We're throwing it back to the summer of 1991. George Zahorian was in the hot seat, literally. The Hulkster got out of the hot seat for a little while. And then, like we said, Piper, Brian Blair, Rick Martel, Danny Spivey were all forced into a court of law to testify against Zahorian, who I believe went away for 3 years. The big problem was, though, when the I don't remember it had. I don't think it originally had anything to do with wrestling, but when they went to raid his office, WWF got a tip, and they tipped off Zahorian to rip up, shred anything that had anything to do with WWF on it. And as the Fed showed up that day to raid his office, he was in the midst of doing so. And as they were knocking at the door, he was going, "Oh, I'm in the middle of a session with a client."
That's heavy.
And they found paperwork with Vince's name, Hogan's name, Superstar Billy Graham's name,
of all people, Lord Alfred Hayes. I don't know how much gas Lord Alfred Hayes.
Good God, that's ridiculous.
Well, he was just picking, I'm sure, getting someone else's mail at that point.
Sure.
Superstar Billy Graham, who could still be on the gas for all we know at this point.
No kidding. No kidding. Some guys never go off it.
WWF dodged a little bit of a bullet because I think if Hogan was forced to go in to testify, it would have been worse right off the bat. But it only did go worse from there. Was it something that the guys were talking about right at the Zahorian trial, or was it just business as usual where you were on the road 300 days
On the road?
Yep.
Yeah, it was just business as usual. That's a good way to say it. It really was. You didn't gossip about it because you weren't part of it. All you did was go really, I think if you're honest, you really just went, boy, am I glad I'm not part of that deal. And just quit talking about it, and maybe it'll go away, you know.
All right, later in July, as we continue to navigate the out of the ring happenings in the business, one of your regular house show opponents became Texas Tornado Kerry Von Erich. Any memories of the late Kerry?
Oh, Kerry, I love Kerry. He was a good man, and you know Kerry's history on the discus throwing. He was a national discus champion in high school, and Kerry was just out there. The narcotic pills got him. The pills got him. But now I'm ahead of my. Now he was a great guy to work with. He had really good matches.
Really? Now, see, I thought he was just, before he even started in WWF, he was just about done.
Well, you know,
he was kind of slow and prodding.
He had a missing foot.
Yeah, well, that didn't help.
Yeah, and Davey Boy was rooming with him, and one night, and he said he was flipping around, and Kerry never let anybody see his leg. He didn't shower. He left. He was very personal. No, I didn't even know he didn't have a one foot.
Really?
I didn't even know it for like a year or 6 months. Yeah, I really didn't. But then once I did, then I noticed he kind of had that limp, you know, just a little bit of a limp. And, but yeah, but that fact alone, and Kerry, everybody knowing that he was pretty much a space cadet because he was on the pills, they weren't going to push him. They were going to occasionally give him a taste of a push, but that would be about it.
Did you feel safe working with him, knowing that he was so messed up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He couldn't hurt. Yeah, I felt safe. He wasn't gonna hurt anybody or anything, and he amazingly enough, he would remember the finishes and remember, but it was absolutely a tragedy the way he went out. Absolute, one of the worst. Just sad. You know, the story is that, you know, now he's in front of the judge for the third time, and this time, the second time, the judge said, "You're going away if this happens again." Well, he gets caught with 300 Valium and 200 Percocets and Xanax and all kinds of stuff he gets caught with. They were sentencing him to 3 years, and, you know, he took a .44 Magnum to his head in his backyard, and if you watch the special, Kevin tells you about, like, well, here's where we found him, and he used a .44 Magnum, which is a huge gun.
Yeah.
And it was heartbreaking. And, you know, I know a lot of guys that try to get Kevin Von Erich to come in for these shows and that, and he don't do them. And I guess maybe one every 5 years or something, but he just don't do them. And I don't blame him.
Could you imagine having to relive not just about Kerry, but all of the brothers that passed away in so many different odd ways? Even the little baby that died up in Buffalo, New York, way back.
Absolutely.
When he was just,
and I was in. Mike died in a sleeping bag down by a lake on an overdose of pills, and
they should have never put him in the business.
Never. Well, and he died real close to the day that I wrestled Kevin in Texas Stadium. Real close. Yeah, I think like a week before. And then, of course, you know, who was the oldest?
David.
Yeah, I know, in Japan. I didn't know him.
And then you had the younger one. I think his name was Chris.
Chris. And then it just was an American tragedy, I think.
And again, you talk about someone that didn't belong. My God, he was a little. I wouldn't say he was a midget, but I mean, he wasn't a full-size man.
Some guys just have enough common decency to keep them out of wrestling, you know? Just have that decency. He's not going to go nowhere. And if he does, they're going to make fun of him. And like the freaking elephant man in a circus, you know?
Do you think that Fritz was just that obsessed with pushing the whole family, or do you think he just wanted to replace the ones that had passed away, or some combination?
I think he was just obsessed. He had the Von Erich name. It doesn't matter he's 4'7". He's got the Von Erich name. And then, of course, later years, if you see Fritz, he's a man that was just absolutely torn, shredded.
Geez, I didn't know, John. I thought we were trying to do a talk show with everybody talking over us. I apologize for interrupting you, but no, it was very sad to see the Von Erichs pass like that.
Yeah.
I guess people can't email when they're in the middle of a talk show in the middle of a TV studio. But
yeah, I don't know what is going on back there, but right here, we got to finish this, and we're gonna. And Fritz was a man that was just shredded. I have nothing but compassion and pure sorrow for that whole family.
Do you think it was his own fault?
Whose?
Fritz.
Absolutely.
For continuing to push these, you know, a couple of them that really...
Hey, you had one son die. Are you going to keep up this madness?
Yeah.
Now another son. Are you going to keep up the madness? You know what it is? What's the root to all evil?
Nepotism?
Money.
All right, well, that was my second guess.
Money is the root of all evil. And it's them chasing, you know, the next show, more. In general, Fritz Von Erich was addicted to more. He was addicted to the word more. He wanted more this, a more house, more, and I seen him, and he was a heartbroken man. He lost all of his boys except one.
And look at what he left with look what he left his wife with. Yeah. One out of, what, 5 or 6 kids?
Yeah. Yeah,
one of the great tragedies in the history of our injury. Yeah.
An American tragedy.
In or out. All right, well, we're getting the cue from the back. Right now, we take a brief timeout. We'll wrap up Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday. Stand by.
Ooh.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at the Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session.
edition, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house now at BostonWrestling.com. We'll see you live April the 16th.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, again, we thank you so much for joining us on Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday. We continue to talk in the ring, outside of the ring, a lot more great memories and stories to come, maybe not so great depending upon the person, from the summer of 1991. Again, if you're watching with us on Thursday night, the premiere chat is always open. Let us know what you think of the show, or in the description box below, if not on Thursday night, but we'd love to have you with us Thursday nights during the premiere. The super chat is always open so we can keep the studio lights on, so we can bring you more great wrestling superstars, keep the studio staff here with us, the airlines moving, the hotel rooms booked. It takes a village to make it happen, but thanks to the Howard Millers, the John C. Manicus Rileys, and great folk like you, John, we're able to do it.
Yeah.
All right, so with that said, we'll be back next Thursday night with more from the summer of 1991 in the World Wrestling Federation. Until then, you and yours be well, be healthy, good night,
and God bless you.
Good night from Boston.
Don't forget, we have brand new episodes with the Berzerker every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact Wrestling on AXS TV. Fans, hopefully we're bringing you stories, memories, history lessons that put a smile on that face with the superstars that live the life and provided you action and excitement while giving up so much of their own life, the time with their family, and abusing their bodies in the process. Again, if you're enjoying yourself, please like, share, and subscribe. Even more so, like you would a bartender or a waitress. Leave us a tip for all this great entertainment using the Super Chat button, and join our acclaimed Patreon streaming service at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Again, folks, we have to keep pushing it. We're inching so close to Season 2 of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Our Indiegogo campaign is at 94%. Use the link in the premiere chat in the description box below. All over our social media. Let's get Marty back to Boston and keep him working to continue his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look back at the 80s, 90s, and current events. We've missed Marty. Let's get him back to Beantown. Baby. If you missed the Berzerker, folks, let me tell you, please, you've got tomorrow night, you've got Monday night. The Berzerker is going to be LIVE live. Set a reminder on the YouTube page, then go to bostonwrestling.com. Pre-order your autographed 8x10 or 11x14s. Now we have an exclusive print you can't get anywhere else, and the Berzerker will personalize it on the air live to you any way you like. You can engage with him even if you can't be with us live. Now, it's time for the father figure of Boston wrestling sports, the man that brings calm to the children running wild here in Boston wrestling, Mr. John Cena Sr. on Wrestling Insider's Fabulous Fridays. This week, Cena shoots on Stone Cold Steve Austin's return at WrestleMania, Shane McMahon out at WWE, Cody and Brandy Rhodes becoming free agents, and tons more. Here's Johnny.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, Dan Marotti here along with John Cena Sr. Johnny, happy to have you back from your latest trip around. Where was the latest trip to?
I went to Japan, China, and South America.
Now, they let you into China.
No problem.
Real well, when they get the money that you
Looking
have.
for talent, always. China.
You were
is-
looking for talent in China.
Yep, there's some good wrestlers in China.
Well, you and if Triple H was around, I was going to say the two of you might be in competition with each other, but
Poor Triple H.
well, we can only hope that Triple H is back in his regular position sooner than later, feeling better than ever.
I don't think he'll be back in his regular position, but he'll be back.
Well, hopefully he'll be feeling better than ever, no matter what he chooses
Please,
to
God,
go.
he's a great human being.
Interesting weekend, Johnny. Tomorrow, I don't know if you're going to be flying over after tonight's episode, but Elimination Chamber will be emanating live from the Kingdom of Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. I don't know if you've ever made it there in your travels. Have you ever been to Jeddah to chat with the prince?
Jet fuel is expensive.
Yeah.
That's the last place I'm going to go.
You and Billy Goldberg could take the private plane over together.
Silly Goldberg.
Well, Johnny, I mean, so much has broken since the last time we taped here in the studio. I think the fans know we taped multiple episodes. I don't even know what the biggest news of them all is. I do want to stress, to get the cheap plugs out of the way, that this Sunday and Monday, the Berzerker is going to be having special live episodes with us. Head on over to the YouTube page and bostonwrestling.com. He's going to be doing live cyber autograph signings where you can meet and greet the Berzerker virtually. We had a beautiful print made up in 8x10 and 11x14 sizes.
Why don't you show those?
Maybe we'll have to get them out.
Howard Miller can get those for us.
That's why he's the best, baby.
There you go.
We're going to have a lot of fun. Hopefully you can pop down, no pun intended, with the Fabo Pop. He is anxious to meet you.
I am anxious to meet him.
Well, he's a good man. I have a lot of respect for the Berzerker. That his career speaks for itself. We also want to send out best wishes to our good friend, the man that's been rocking since he came out of the womb, Marty Jannetty, had a hospital visit, nothing life-threatening, thank God, but you know what? He's on the mend. I'm excited about his return to MWF Studios. I don't know if it's going to be late winter, early spring at this point, depending upon how he recoups, but Party with Marty Season 2 is coming back. Batten down the hatches, put the women and children to bed.
Let's hope. Let's hope.
All right. Johnny, what I considered long term, I don't know if this is the biggest news, but the biggest news of them all is it's looking like either Saturday, April the 2nd, Sunday, April the 3rd, AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas, where they haven't been able to sell either 50,000 tickets to either night, never mind 102,000. We're going to have, for the first time in 19 years, the in-ring return of Stone Cold Steve Austin in what I have to consider kind of an underwhelming match against Kevin Owens.
Well, I have no indication that's been confirmed yet. There's a lot of rumors out there, a lot of people talking about it. I'm going to tell you something. Nothing against my friend Kevin Owens. I really liked Owens. I think he's a good technician. I don't think Austin will make his last match against Kevin Owens. Because really and truly, the general consensus or the feeling that I'm getting is it's not a WrestleMania, but it's a passing of the torch event. I don't believe in this passing of the torch. Everybody says, oh, it's part of the business. All right, it's part of the business. I just think that new people come along, new people who deserve that shot. They either make it or they don't, and that's the way it is. We all retire, we all get old, and we move on. So there's no passing of the torch. You know what? Hogan was better than Andre in terms of the draw. Andre was getting sicker. They needed a way to put Hogan over, to put him in Andre's place. Andre knew it. Hogan knew it. End of story.
Well, Hogan was already the champion for over
right.
3 years
But
at that point,
that's right.
too. So it's not like he was a Johnny up-and-comer.
Right. So, this thing with Austin and Owens, I've had, maybe you've got an inside story.
Well, what's funny is, I don't know if it was this show or on Oscars, but I was told by someone in the higher up in the food chain by WWE, they were working on a big concept for Austin for WrestleMania. I had no idea they meant it was going to be an actual match. I thought maybe guest referee, he was maybe going to be the host. I wasn't expecting wrestling match, and then when that news broke, I said, wow, they weren't lying when they said they were working on something big for him.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be a Kevin Owens. If Austin does do a match, it's going to be a 5-minute match. It's going to be a squash. It's going to be Cena and Taker. It's going to be, he's going to come in, Owens is going to do his bing, bing, bing stuff. Austin's going to give him a hell no, no, and give him a stunner. It's over and done with. The crowd will go nuts, and it's finished and through, and that match will get written up the same way Cena's was. It should have been longer. It could have been better. And you know what?
But the longer it goes,
Stone Cold Steve Austin is in a very good place right now. He doesn't need this match. You know what the situation is? WWE needs this match
desperately
because WrestleMania sucks. Take a look at the card. I don't care. Vince McMahon, I still love you, brother, but you take a look at what you're doing and where it's going. How many tickets have we sold? Are we doing a 2-for-1 deal now?
But they haven't sold 50.
Well, are they doing a 2-for-1, which I just heard?
Not for Mania itself?
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
Well, guess what? They're not selling a whole lot, are they?
Well,
Because
I think
people
that's
are
going to
tired.
change. Because I tell you this, I think WrestleMania 32, when last time they were there, was in a better place ticket-wise. But when they announced, believe it or not, of all things, The Undertaker and Shane McMahon Hell in a Cell match where one of them was going to retire, whoever lost, cough, cough, that actually did move a great number of tickets. But again, this is 2 nights. They're looking to sell 204,000 seats.
You know what? First of all, the fans are not a fan of 2 nights. There are some that approve it. Well, I got to tell you.
I love it.
I talk to a lot of wrestling fans just like you do. And I'll tell you what, I might say it's 60-40. 60% say just get it over and done with. And
but one night is so long. I mean, look at what it turned into the past few years.
It's an event.
8 hours.
It's an event. It's an event. That's what you go for. I know people that go to concerts.
When the crowd at WrestleMania is falling asleep at the end, that's not a good thing.
Look,
and it's not that it's due to the lack of action. It's due to the lack of they've been there for half the day.
Look at the matches you've got for WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Tell me which one you like.
Roman and Lesnar.
Oh, boy. Been there, done that. Seen that 1,000. God. How many times you going to do Lesnar?
Well, they have done an interesting job providing a fresh coat of paint to the feud. I do agree it has been done before.
Fresh coat of paint.
I love how the Paul Heyman is back with the Tribal Chief, which was a kind of a creative idea I threw out there that we saw come true.
Well, I think Heyman knew that all along. He probably wrote it.
I'm not... the original match I was told was going to be Rollins and Lashley. I don't know if that is still going to be on the docket for the Raw Championship. Austin and Owens.
That's not happening.
Well, here's the question. Is this going to be the only time we see Steve Austin, or would Steve Austin at 57 be open to coming back to a Billy Goldberg type deal, where maybe he works the kingdom of Jeddah?
Austin has a brain. And Austin is... But no, I'm saying this. He's a realist.
All right.
And when you talk to Steve Austin, he will say to you, I'm in a very good place. I've got my podcast. I got my TV show. I don't need professional wrestling.
But it's in his blood.
It's in everybody's blood. You know, it's like theater. I did a lot of theater. I'm still doing wrestling. Once you get that makeup on your face, it's automatic. It's in your blood. You can't get it out. But you know what, folks? There reaches a point in time where you can't do what you did. Is that stunner going to look good at 57 as it did at 32? No. Is he going to be able to move like he moved in his 40s at 57? No. Why humiliate yourself? Because, as DiBiase would say, my good friend Ted DiBiase, everybody's got a price. Well, if it's all about money, then that's fine. There's been no commitment on Austin's part yet. He needs to think this through. Remember what's hanging in the background here. One wrong move, and the man's crippled for life.
You don't see a pop-up powerbomb coming his way.
One wrong move, and that man is crippled for life. Do you want to put that on the line? Is it worth $3-4 million to end up like Draws?
Well, I was told that, and this is many, many moons ago, they tried to bring him in for WrestleMania 30 to make it really special. And they wanted him to work Triple H, which he wasn't exactly excited about. And he thought it was only fair, considering his place in the history of the industry. He wanted Rock money, and they wouldn't give him the Rock money.
Guess what?
He said, you know what? Did we see him wrestle?
Nope. And you know what?
So he stuck to his guns. I respect him for that.
And I'm going to tell you something. Dwayne Johnson is not worth the money they're paying him. In a lot of cases, he's not. But he's Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Steve Austin is Stone Cold Steve Austin. I put them on an equal plane.
Oh, I think Austin's is
better
to wrestling fans. I think
Austin is the biggest
Right,
star.
so why not-
Worldwide, of course, The Rock from the movies is the biggest star.
Yeah, so
but-
if Dwayne can walk in and get $60 million for getting in the middle of the ring, saying, if you smell what The Rock, who cares? You can't even cook. So you know what? Give Austin the dough. Give him the dough. 60 million for him, 60 million for him. You know what?
60 million?
I don't. I'm just using a number. So my whole thing is, if I were Austin, and I'm not, I would really sit down, and I'm sure he has, and think it through. Think the positives and the negatives. He's got a lot going for him. He's finally reached a place in life where he's happy. He's got all that he needs. He doesn't have to do this. Nothing against Kevin Owens. I've been in the ring, and I've had 3 ribs fractured because the other guy wasn't careful. My knee, my ankle, thumb, head. You know what? It's unintentional, but it's a rough sport. It happens. His neck and spine are very sensitive. Would you put that on the line to sit in a wheelchair the rest of your life and say, I did WrestleMania?
Well,
Yeah.
the internet lore says he's had a ring at his house now for the better part of a half a year, and he's been getting himself into pretty good ring shape. I'll say this, if you wanted to talk about someone smooth that was a big name to put him in there with, that is, as far as we know, unaccounted for. It's not like we're in the WWE booking meetings. I think maybe a great opponent for him would have been Randy Orton.
Absolutely.
I know he can be a little stiff when he wants to lay it in, but that's a different story for a different time.
A little?
He can also be very smooth, and I think he'd be very safe. He's a new man since the days Austin was last around as a general manager in 03 and 04, and I think it'd be a much more interesting match to the fans
But
than
you don't have
Owens
to put
and
have to
Austin.
put Orton over.
No.
The guy that wrestles Austin is somebody that needs to reach the top. Somebody they believe has got the Why not throw him in there with friggin' Roman Reigns?
I think that would be great.
Yeah. Forget this Brock We know the outcome already. Why do I want to watch it?
I don't know what the outcome is going to be. You know what the end of... Are you talking about Austin and Owens or Reigns and Lesnar?
Reigns and Lesnar.
What's the finish?
Who's going to go over?
I don't
do
know.
Do you think for 1 minute Reigns is going to lose?
I know they're both slated to be competing at WrestleMania Backlash in Providence on Sunday, May the 8th.
Oh.
So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But do you think, though, this might not be it for Stone Cold? Do you think maybe, like Goldberg, we could see him once or twice a year on big shows?
I think if I was Austin, I'd keep the ring at my house and open up the hell or whoop ass wrestling school, make myself some money that way. I guess I'm kind of a cautious person. If I had the situation that Bryan Danielson has, Stone Cold Steve Austin has, Nikki Bella has. Yeah, but you know what? Let's give them all. I would think twice before looking at the dollar bills versus maybe it's 1 in a million chances it could happen of that happening to me. And I think of poor Drods. Yep. So do you want to be in that position for a lousy 6 million, 5 million, 7 million? It just doesn't make sense.
Well, he has also said for several years that he feels like he could go for a couple of years.
You know what? I'm going to tell you this.
He knows his body better than we do.
I will. Yeah, but I'll tell you this.
All right.
Everybody thinks they know their body because the way they feel. I had a friend that was 52 years old, perfect health, diet, ran every day, dropped dead running. So you know what? You don't know. You don't know what's on the inside. So don't take the chance. At 57, bones get more fragile. At 57, you can't last as long as you used to. Why do I manage more than wrestle?
Well, I mean, I think we both know WWE, I'm sure, has sent him to Dr. Maroon in Pittsburgh to pass the physicals and to make sure that he's physically able to go at 100% capacity. How many years do you think you have left? You two are about the same age.
You know what? My feeling is this.
You got a couple of years on him.
But what do? I get in the ring. I'm either a face or a heel. I might take a bump here and there. When's the last time you saw me wrestle?
Well, it's a good point. Fair enough. Fans, what do you think? If you're watching on Friday nights, In the Premier Chat, share your thoughts on what you'd like to see Steve Austin do at WrestleMania 38 in Dallas. Would you like to see Steve Austin at WrestleMania, or do you think maybe Steve Austin should just come up and appear in a non-wrestling role? We're always interested in your thoughts. If you're not watching with us during the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out as we implore you to head on over to BostonWrestling.com, pick up those VIP packages and tickets for our Back to the 80s extravaganza at Memorial Hall on April the 16th. And like we said, this weekend, the Berzerker's coming to town. Forget about Santa Claus.
Wrestling fans, the winter heats up with the return of the Berzerker John Nord. The WWE legend will be back for Wrestling Insider tapings, live episodes, watch-alongs, and cyber autograph signings beginning Sunday, February the 20th. Check out Boston Wrestling's exclusive print that the Berzerker will sign for you live on air. Get ready for 3 big days of the Berzerker John Nord. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com for complete information. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns' moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster, direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marotti along with Elizabeth Hubbard and Linda Dano's favorite beau, Mr. John Cena Sr. Now, did you have a chance to watch the episode? Because I inserted pictures of these women.
No.
Oh, well, maybe it would have reminded you of your glory days back in the early 70s, pre-marriage and fatherhood.
I was married in the 70s.
Early 70s, maybe.
How early is early?
I don't know, Johnny. They didn't exactly give me a diary of their escapades with you.
I need to see it. You have it? I'll look at it before I go.
Or I'll send you the link and you can look it up.
Yeah. In terms of
these torrid situations,
I love it.
These soap opera stars.
See, but no TV calls, no wrestling calls. You know, I'll tell you what my thought. The biggest story
about Linda Dano.
The biggest story so far is not Austin.
So you do think this is a bigger? See, long term, I think maybe this is a bigger story than Austin.
I think Vince McMahon canning his own son. That, my friend, needs a lot of analyzing, because I think it's a work. I really do.
Oh. They did a good job working people then.
But that's all right. And maybe that's what they're doing. If that is true, then it's the son taking the fall for the father, who basically booked it, and the son screwing it up by rebooking it. So that's what I heard. And I don't know how true that is. I wasn't there. I can't blame anybody. Remember...
I don't know if rebooking is the way I would word it. More is so he was trying to have too much of the match centered around him until Lesnar came out at the very, very end. And I don't know... You know, I think Shane McMahon is his own worst enemy as far as what he works in. I mean, he's in tremendous shape from the MMA training that he does and so on and so forth. And what does he do? He wrestles in a baseball jersey in gym pants. You would have no idea that he's in the great physical. It'd be like your son if worked like that.
his entire career without showing off his, tremendous body from all the working out and diet and disciplining that he does. Shane shoots himself in the foot because I think if he showed off that physique, maybe he'd have more credibility with the fans. I think the fans are happy to see him. Do they believe him as a credible opponent for top main event talent? No, I do not. No, I do not.
I think part of the reason that the character is designed that way is because he's the son of the chairman of the board. And so you have to wear that kind of an outfit to go like, I'm really not a pro, but I think I am. And I think it goes
Vince
over well.
had no problem showing off his body.
Who's that?
Vince had no problem showing off his body.
That man is in... Have you seen the latest pictures of that guy they did of Vince when he
It's probably been a couple of years.
Well, they just did something on his last birthday. That man is in awesome physical condition. Whether he's had face work done or not, I don't know. It looks like there might be a little Botox there. And I'm just kidding, Vince, please. But I can kid.
Cesar Romero action going on?
We'll see. But I think that's the biggest story, when a father fires his own son.
But here's the thing. Who has acknowledged that he has been fired? This could very well be a situation where he remains under contract and continues to be paid as a talent, and they just don't use him. I was told he didn't make any, for someone that's genuinely, usually well-liked, did not make himself any friends the day of that event.
And I heard the same
thing.
To
the point where he had to be told, we don't need you for Raw or anything else going forward. He was supposed to be in the main event tomorrow in Jeddah, in the Elimination Chamber. I thought an interesting match for WrestleMania, and I was wrong, would have been where Vince is trying to groom Austin Theory now in his office every week. Shane being maybe a little jealous, or Shane maybe saying, you know what, I'm going to show him a thing or two, or maybe Austin Theory jumping the gun, trying to prove to Vince that he wants to take that Sunly-like role from Shane, and those two going at it at WrestleMania, but apparently it was an even bigger match than that. And you know what, I don't think Shane McMahon needs to be up that high on the totem pole on the card. I don't think the fans care that much, to be honest.
Well,
nothing against him.
He's been out of the picture for a long time. And
not that long.
But he's been out for a while. Remember, he left the company. He sold a ton of his stock.
From 2009 to 2016, he was gone.
Yeah, that's a long time to be gone.
But he's had a nice
7 years.
Plum talent contract since 5 years, 6 years now, since February of 2016.
Him and Stephanie are the heir apparent. So,
well, one of them is. And I think that's why he left in 2009.
Well, here's what I have to say. You know what? Shane, first of all, he has a wonderful wife. He's got a great family. He's got his head screwed on straight.
Maybe not that day.
Well, but does he need it? Does he need it?
Does he need it? But why was he trying to build one of the biggest matches of the year, everything around him?
You know what? That's sad. When you stop believing your own shit, you're in trouble.
I mean, again, tremendous physical condition, but he is a 53-year-old man that's never been a regular. I just don't think I think the fans like to see him. I think they like to see him in moderation. I think they like to see him in that role almost like semi-manager, semi-wrestler, not an in-ring badass superstar.
Well, perhaps his intent was, and I know that in this business, good guy, bad guy, it's always the bad guy looking like he's going to go over, the good guy is being squashed, and then you have the comeback. So you get Shane O'Mac, he's going over, Lesnar's the last guy out. You mean to tell me this is the guy that's going against Roman Reigns? Everybody knew. I mean, I didn't even watch the show. And then I looked at some of the clips and I said, okay, more BS. That, first of all, was a bad move on his part. Never Lesnar and Shane McMahon. Never.
Well, I tell you this. You talk about the what is it called? The 7 Shades of Kevin Bacon or whatever, the 7 whatever to Kevin Bacon. The reason why we have had Billy Goldberg since 2016 was, if you recall, I think we mentioned it on a recent episode, where Lesnar busted open Randy Orton Hardway like he was a pumpkin on Halloween.
Yes, he did.
Who did the run-in to save Randy Orton was Shane O'Mac. And they wanted to build Shane O'Mac against Lesnar at WrestleMania.
And that's when Paul Heyman saw the reaction that Goldberg got to being involved in the video game that year. He was able to use his charm, we'll call it, and talk Goldberg into working Lesnar, which worked out at that point early on very good. I just think the Goldberg experiment got a little stale, but that's one man's opinion. But early on, those Goldberg and Lesnar matches, there were a lot of interest in them.
All the way to Saudi Arabia to watch Goldberg lose.
What?
They're going to have the match in Arabia, right?
Oh, you're talking about Roman and Goldberg?
Yeah.
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All the way over there to watch Goldberg lose.
Well, what? Do you want him to go over on Roman?
Who?
Billy Goldberg?
You know what I'd like to see?
What?
I'd like to see Paul Heyman go in and pin them both.
You've had enough of Roman again.
You know what? I have nothing but great words for Paul Heyman. I think if young men and young women are looking to be managers today, there's a man they need to look up to. He is the epitome of what a real good wrestling manager should be. Vicky Guerrero, another one you should look up to. Bobby the Brain Heenan. You know, Paul Heyman, people underestimate this man. I have nothing but good words for him. And I'll say it to his face because I have. I think that much of him. But I think now this tribal stuff, you know, if anything's going to happen over there, it's going to be Roman Reigns in trouble, the Usos and Heyman coming in. Been there, done it, seen it before. Goldberg gets pinned. We see it on the floor. Just remember, it's one time more. So what do you say? It could be Pania. Holy God, just wait till WrestleMania. It's going to be Roman against you-know-who, Brock Lesnar. Now, who's going to kill who? I'm really not sure, and I don't know why. But let me take it from me, folks. A WrestleMania ticket, I'm not going to buy.
Well, let me ask you this, Johnny. In the final pay-per-view before coronavirus hit, did you ever expect Billy Goldberg to defeat The Fiend for the championship?
WWE.
Did you ever expect that finish?
WWE has made a million mistakes. And I'm telling you right now, that was mistake one, and mistake two was when they let The Fiend go.
Well, and that's just with The Fiend.
Goldberg, and again, I said it 1,000 times on this show, I'll say it again. I would not want to meet that guy in an alley for a street fight. He would absolutely kick my ass from one side of the building to the other. He still has it. He's still got it. People go because, you know, Bill Goldberg is a once-in-a-while draw. It's somebody you want to see once in a while. You can't put him in these positions against Roman Reigns versus Bill Goldberg. You don't have to be an idiot. My 8-year-old granddaughter said to me, Papa, Ashlyn, she goes, Papa, looks like Bill Goldberg's going to lose again. Yeah, well, guess what? If she's wrong, I'll put a $100 bill on the table.
What if they went the route of Austin and Goldberg? The dream match, 25 years in the making?
That's like Betty Crockett turning into Duncan Hines. It just doesn't work.
Well, I tell you this. You want to know who would be a good opponent for Billy Goldberg? Who would be perfect? Shane McMahon. Let Shane go out there and take big bumps for him, make Bill Goldberg look like $1 million for 5 minutes, jackham a spear, good night. Shane McMahon isn't hurt by it. He's still over. Goldberg goes out a hero. Everybody's happy.
I think Goldberg got back into the wrestling business because of his son. His son is a great athlete. He's going to take after his father. This guy's got nothing but... I would rather see, truly I would rather see, Goldberg tag up with his son.
Against maybe the Mysterios?
Anything. Get a great tag team match and really put Goldberg and his son over. I think that's where it belongs now. If you talk about passing the torch, Bill Goldberg, it's time to pass the torch from you to your son. Make him the hero like Rey Mysterio is doing with his son. That's what needs to happen now. Forget this stuff where you can't, he blows up. He can't do it. Nothing against him. Again, I'm telling you, age. Austin can feel great. Goldberg can feel great. I used to run 10 miles. I'm lucky if I can walk one. I'm being wise. But think about it before you do it. Stop looking like the person you used to be that you really aren't.
All right, well, as we wrap up this segment, we got the signal from Howard Miller, Johnny. I got to ask.
Yep.
when or if do you think we see Shane McMahon as a television personality again in WWE?
Never.
You think we'll never see him again? With that company that's lacking star power, I don't know if it's going to be tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be next year, but I have a feeling. What did Frosty say at the end? I'll say goodbye, but don't you cry. I'll be back again someday.
You never cross the chairman of the board. Take it from me.
All right, wrestling fans, again, if you're watching Friday night on the premiere, what do you think about the Shane O'Mac controversy? If you're not watching with us during the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below right now. Don't delay. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com. The Berzerker is going to be with us live this weekend, Sunday and Monday. And I'm telling you, Johnny, we're just a hair over 8 weeks away until we go back to the 80s at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Saturday night, April the 16th. For a wrestling celebration, decades in the making. Get your VIP packages and tickets now at BostonWrestling.com. Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now to Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Get the best seats in the house now at BostonWrestling.com. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Von Braun Civic Center in Huntsville, Alabama, Wednesday, February the 19th, 1997. In the opening contest, Headbanger Mosh beat Freddie Joe Floyd. Headbanger Thrasher with the win over Barry Horowitz. The Godwins defeated the New Blackjacks via disqualification. Brackus victorious over Mr. X. The New Diesel beat TL Hopper. Sonny with the win over Marlena in an arm wrestling match. Goldust defeated Savio Vega, and in the main event, The Undertaker victorious over Farouk in a steel cage match. If you were in Huntsville live, share your memories in the comment section below. Keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
It hits different live as the road to WrestleMania comes through State College with the head of the table, Roman Reigns. And a new challenger has emerged to dethrone the Queen.
Face me and put your title on the line.
As Naomi battles Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship. It's the WWE Road to WrestleMania Tour, live in State College, March 26th. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans, VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at the Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s live wrestling event and Legends Fan Fest celebration, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana, the Wild Berzerker, Dangerous Danny Davis, and more 80s icons to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo fan fest open to all before the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up the ring like Times Square on New Year's Eve. Relive your childhood. Get the best seats in the house now at BostonWrestling.com. We'll see you live April the 16th. Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. You can add this to your collection. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event. Number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer, Mr. USA, Tony Atlas, on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider Fabulous Fridays. We got Stone Cold coming back. We got Shane O'Mac on the way out. We got a guy now we could talk about. He was on his way out, and I think he's on his way in. Just different promotions. Cody Rhodes, the former Stardust, out at AEW. And one of those rare occasions where Tony Khan, well, I don't know if it was Tony himself, but AEW, Cody Rhodes and Brandy Rhodes all made public remarks about it on social media. Public statements, thanking each other. Love fest almost.
I wonder if that's a work. First of all, I believe, kiddingly, I got a text from you that said, Rhodes back to WWE.
Yeah.
Worst mistake of his life.
Why?
Because Vince will take him back, give him the money, write him the contract, and never use him. He'll take him out of professional wrestling.
No.
Now, let me tell you, see, I got to tell you something. When he left, he didn't leave on good terms. He had quite a few battles with Vince over name, over different things.
He just didn't want to be Stardust anymore.
I agree, but then he had a thing with his dad.
Well, that happened after he left.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe I'll bring him back to WWE, give him some money, give his wife some money.
Oh.
Well, she can't wrestle.
She's the Bella 2.0 as far as
she's a good manager, but
no, she contributes nothing.
Okay, you heard that from him.
I mean, and I have no problem. She might be a delightful human being, but she contributes absolutely zero and nothing to a professional wrestling broadcast, whether it be wrestling, ring announcing, managing, anything.
I remember Cody Rhodes. He saved me from Randy Orton.
Cody Rhodes, I think, is a world-class talent, and they both might be nice human beings. I'm not talking about the human being side about it. I'm talking about the talent side of it. Cody Rhodes, to me, is $1 million talent. The wife, I wouldn't book at Memorial Hall unless she could handle Piggott.
My thing is, how do you bring this man back into the fold where he did so much in 4 years to help challenge and almost become a threat? How do you do that? How do you bring the enemy into the camp? Or let's flip the coin and say, I heard through the grapevine that Shane O'Mac is going to sign with AEW. Now, I'd rather believe the Shane O'Mac deal because he'll get in, sign with AEW, work a deal with Tony Khan, and WWE will own AEW.
No, I don't think Tony Khan would have any interest in
he's
selling
got money.
I don't think he's. I think he has so much money he doesn't care.
No.
I mean, he's doing this because he has a love for it and a passion for it. I don't think he'd
So
give
what
up
happens
his
if Jericho
baby.
goes now? What happens if Omega goes now?
Do you think really in this day and AEW early on, I think if it would be a significant blow, but where AEW has signed so many marquee talents over the past half year or so, do you think it really kills them that they lose Cody Rhodes?
Not really. And Cody really wasn't doing what he used to do for AEW. After he lost that title match, he hadn't been on TV for a while.
That was a tremendous ladder match. That was
He
wild.
is a great athlete.
Yep.
I'm telling you, I have nothing but good words. He was misused by the WWE. And that's why I'm saying to you.
One of the worst misuses in recent memory.
So if you bring him, if he's foolish enough to go back to WWE, maybe he is because of the money. All right. What do you think you're going to get out of this?
I'm sure if I'm Cody Rhodes, I'm going to have some assurances in place that I'm not going to be Stardust. I'm going to guess, and this is just a guess, that there was some kind of a agreement over the usage of the dad's image and likeness, being able to maybe be shared, if nothing else, by both him and the company, where that means an awful lot to him. WWE is, I hate to say it, but they're desperate. They look to the average fan's eyes, it looks like every talent wants out of WWE, or WWE is going to get rid of every talent. Here they have a chance to take a guy that was main eventing on the quote-unquote opposition, a guy that fans are very familiar with because he was on WWE television for the better part of 10 years. Whether how good or bad he was used is left to your own interpretation, but a guy that has found great success in that other company, a guy that shed gallons of blood for their entertainment and proved himself, I think, to show maybe a little bit, maybe more of a tougher side than he had ever shown in WWE, where he was allowed to have those wild steel cage matches where he'd do the moonsaults off the top of those very much higher than WWE size cages, where he bled buckets in certain grudge matches. I think Cody Rhodes has a lot of value. I think WWE is smart enough to know they need main event marquee talent right now, where both shows are so stale. I mean, Roman's running out of challenges on SmackDown. God only knows what the title picture is going to look like on Raw after WrestleMania. Would you save Cody for the day after WrestleMania, or would you bring him in for WrestleMania, where tickets sales are needed?
I'd bring him in for WrestleMania.
And what would you have him do?
Maybe it'd be Roman Reigns against Cody Rhodes.
Well, Lesnar...
He hasn't faced him.
But Lesnar has already chosen his opponent as the Royal Rumble victor.
Yeah, well, that's, of course, but you can't change that. But you're asking me what I would do if I could do it.
Yeah.
That would have been my plan, certainly.
All right, with what's on the table right now, what would you do with him?
It's kind of tough because it's already booked. Lashley would have been a good opponent. Anybody that he could get up against where he can show his style and profile.
I wouldn't want either one of them jobbing at WrestleMania.
Me neither, and I don't think it has to be a job.
Do you want to know who would have been a great opponent for,
Who's
for
that?
Cody? Would have been Shane O'Mac. Imagine Shane O'Mac coming out, Cody Rhodes' first promo. You think you're going to come back here after you walked out of this company and you had so much smack to say online, blah, 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 blah. You think you have a place here? Smacks him across the face. You don't have a place here. No one wants you here. Get the F out. And he says, you want a match, Mac? How about April 2nd or April 3rd at AT&T Stadium? I'll rip your baseball jersey off.
I wouldn't even do that.
What would you do?
I like where you're going, but I think I like the element of surprise. So Shane O'Mac is brought back to WWE, all things amended. However, the chairman of the board says everything has penance. So at WrestleMania, you will be on the card, and you will have a special opponent of my choosing.
What if they, and again, I don't believe the Shane McMahon issue to be a work, quote unquote. What if, per se it was, what if they did Shane's man versus Shane's man versus Vince's man, Cody against Austin Theory?
That would work.
That would really give Theory some rub to go over on Cody Rhodes.
Yep, that would
Cody
work.
would pay his penance for leaving by doing the job at WrestleMania.
Well, no, but McMahon's got to pay his penance, Shane O'Mac.
Yeah.
So there it is. Make it a three-way, which I know you don't like, but
no, you know I hate this.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that there's so many scenarios there that we could come up with. The McMahon family is very tight. I'll tell you that. You just don't screw with the McMahon family. And so I think the reason all this came down with Shane O'Mac was because I believe it was Vince that booked the Royal Rumble. He's the one that had it all in place. I don't think it was appreciated, at least from what I hear or heard, the fact that all these guys were in place, ready to do their stuff, and in walks this young man and decides to change it from top to bottom. You just don't do that.
How bad does it look now in hindsight?
Horrible.
No, but listen. You don't even know where I'm going with this one.
All right, good.
That you have Owens on paper in internet lore ready to work Austin at WrestleMania in Austin's first match in 19 years. And Owens was eliminated in the Royal Rumble by Shane O'Mac.
See?
You know what I mean?
No, there's no thought.
It's not a good look.
There's no thought process here. And this is what I mean. You know, I always say this, and I say it 1,000 times. When I was younger, you know, in the religious world, in the political world, they'd say jump. You would then say how high. We're dealing with a new generation of people that say, hey, Dan, jump. Why? And this is what the fans of professional wrestling are saying to the WWE, but the WWE, for some reason, and I don't think it's all Vince, are saying, you can't see me? No. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. You need to hear them. There's your dollars. There's your bucks. They've made so much money on TV deals, going over to wrestle in Saudi Arabia. They don't need to be the best in the business. They've made their money. I'm telling you now.
The first year ever they grossed $1 billion was last year.
I'm telling you right now, they are set up in a good position to be bought.
Isn't it interesting, and I don't want to shy too far away from this. Maybe, you know what, I'm going to save that for another episode, but it's an interesting, I'm going to put it in here. But let me, you know, another rumored match that I guess got a little bit of heat was Shane O'Mac was pushing for himself against John Cena with Vince handcuffed to you at ringside. Now, was there any truth to those rumors?
Yes, there is. That would have been the match of matches. However,
you and Vinnie Mac handcuffed to each other.
McMahon would kill me. There's no question about that. I am taking, let me tell you, I talk about Goldberg. I'll put the cards on the table with Vincent Kennedy McMahon. Don't screw with Vincent Kennedy McMahon. That man would pound the living shit out of me. It would be over and done with. Be no chance.
Do you think they let Bad Bunny do a little bit too much at the Royal Rumble?
Please.
I understand that Tony Khan was interested in using Quincy as Good Rabbit.
You know, I do this for you fans.
But anyway, at the end of the day, Cody Rhodes, please, all I can ask, God, I'll contribute as a WWE stockholder. Don't bring the wife with him. Nobody wants to see her. It takes away from Cody's presentation. But you know, they love their reality shows and all the other shit that they do.
Yeah.
I'm worried that we're going to see her come out with them, and my eyes are going to vomit.
I would agree. I would agree with you, but at the same time...
Pretty lady, and she could be a wonderful human being. I don't want to knock... I want to separate the human being from the wrestling talent. I just don't think there's wrestling talent there. I hated her ring announcing. Her wrestling was horrendous. Her managerial talents were non-existent. Every angle they would come up with to try and throw her on, she was like the Deborah McMichael. I hate nothing against our friend Deborah, but when Deborah was trying to force herself down WWF's throat when I was in that picture back in 2001, driving Steve nuts, trying to attach herself at the hip to him, who certainly didn't need her when he was at his peak, but ... I'm afraid we could see Brandy, and no. Maybe not as bad as seeing a Bella, but pretty close.
Remember one thing. Professional wrestling, reality shows, everybody likes the good-looking woman. That's what it's there for, eye candy. Eye candy. And my whole thing is that, you know, she serves a purpose for the eye candy. She's a very attractive...
she's a very pretty lady. Very pretty lady. Yep.
Very good wife. They make a wonderful couple. I think that you're exactly right. You need to find where you fit in the business. Maybe not there, maybe here, but I think you're right. This kid has got a great future ahead of him. I mean this. Somewhere, somehow, he's going to be the face of a company. He already has been to an extent.
Do you think he could become either the Raw or SmackDown World Champion?
I would not doubt that for 1 minute.
Especially with the lack of depth that they have on those shows. I certainly think I would look at Cody's far more as a credible challenger and a more interesting challenger to Roman post-WrestleMania than Drew McIntyre.
Oh, I think, you know...
I wanted to give Drew a chance, but it just...
It didn't work out.
It ain't there, baby.
Well, they're not using the guy. I mean, you know what? It's the same. Yeah. No. But remember, who does that? Who does it?
The drummers.
But who put that into place? Who put that?
Well, I'm sure. Yeah, WWE wrote the song. Yeah.
And
No, like I said, the problem with Drew was he got screwed because he should have never lost until fans were allowed back in venues again.
I agree.
To see what the organic reaction was as opposed to what are the fans saying online. That's how he got kind of screwed over. But I say this, he seems like a really nice guy. He's a nice guy the few times I've met him, but as far as him being a top guy or a main event guy in WWE, they've tried, and I just... upper card maybe, but not main event, not world champion.
They have nobody.
Agree, disagree?
I agree.
Okay.
They have nobody on that roster in either Raw or SmackDown that can be the face of that company.
Do you think Cody Rhodes helps the cause in the main event scene?
Yes, but they still have nobody. They thought it was Rollins. They thought it was Reigns.
Oh, Rollins is
but no.
gets worse by the
Here
week.
where I'm going with this, but I'm telling you what they thought. It's a failure. There is nobody there. So what I'm saying to you right now is it's just Raw and SmackDown. There is no, I got to go see Roman Reigns. I got to go see John Cena. I got to go see Austin or The Rock. Those were faces of the company. People paid good money. That's not there anymore. That's why you have this fan, casual fan. Oh, I want to see that match. There's no, oh, Austin's being there. I got to buy a ticket.
Well, he's going to generate a lot of interest from casual and lapsed fans, I'd say. So if I'm WWE, I better come up with a pretty kick-ass card to go around Steve Austin for the fans that are just going to tune in to see him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it can't be a Cena Taker match.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes doesn't work. It just doesn't. And even Taker wanted that to be longer. But you cannot do a 2.5 minute match, bring a legend in like Stone Cold Steve Austin, and if you do 2.5 minutes, you've taken a lifetime of what this man has built and flushed it down the toilet. You cannot do that to this man. You cannot do it to the wrestling business or to the fans or to his opponent.
All right, wrestling fans, you heard it from the fabulous one himself. What do you think about Cody Rhodes potentially returning to WWE? What about Brandy? If you're with us during the premiere chat, share your thoughts. If not, the description in the description box below. Leave your thoughts there. I'm really out of it, John. I don't know. I'm in a lot of CRPS pain today. I know, like I have to tell you with everything you've been through lately, but my God, the both of us, they're going to put us in a recycling bin at the end of this episode.
Nah,
but
we're coming back. Don't
big
worry about it.
episodes. What do you think of Stone Cold, Shane O'Mac, Cody, Brandy, and anything else in the world of wrestling? We want to talk with you. For John Cena Sr., I'm Dan Moratti. Don't forget, we're going to try and be back with the Elimination Chamber watch-along tomorrow at high noon from the Kingdom of Jeddah. The Berzerker will be with us live Sunday night and Monday night for cyber signings. And then the big one, again, we're counting down, Johnny, 8 weeks, one night away, as we go back to the 80s. Memorial Hall, Melrose, Mass, April 16th. It's heating up in the ring, in the Fan Fest, behind the scenes, more than you know. For John Cena Sr., Linda Dano, and Elizabeth Hubbard's number one, Majot Ouellette's number is ooh number one in French? Ooh?
I don't know. I don't speak French.
Howard, do you speak French? No. Well, your number ooh.
It's medication, folks. It's medication.
He's number ooh to Majot Oulette. I'm Dan Moratti. We'll see you next Friday night after AE Rampage. Good night. Like Linda Dano, Elizabeth Hubbard, and Majot Oulette, join John Cena Sr. every Friday night after SmackDown and AEW Rampage for a brand new episode, folks. Please spread the word. Again, with just over 7 weeks to go, we implore you to get your VIP packages and tickets and join WWF 80s legends in a wrestling celebration, decades in the making at Boston Wrestling MWF's Back to the 80s Live Wrestling and Legends Fan Fest Extravaganza, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. See and meet WWE Hall of Famer Hacksaw Jim Duggan, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, WWE Hall of Famer Tito Santana, the Wild Berzerker, the freshly announced Dangerous Danny Davis, and 2 more 80s superstars to be announced, including one Monday night during Raw. Again, we've noted if the VIP packages sell out, we're going to bring you even more superstars than the 8 we promised for a VIP exclusive Q&A, a VIP exclusive 80s Legends group photo, an autograph photo session, fan fest for all fans before the superstars of yesterday, today, and tomorrow light up Memorial Hall like Times Square on New Year's Eve. VIP packages and tickets on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Lock in the best seats in the house and save some money before the week of the event and at the door. If you love shoot interviews like we're having tonight on Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, you'll have the time of your life by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, and you'll have the knowledge that you, yes, your fine self, are helping keep wrestling legends working. You'll get early ad-free access, full screen to Wrestling Insiders 5 nights a week, access to our archives of over 300 full-length shoot interviews, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions of fans online, millions more on The Howard Stern Show, superstar watch-alongs, Patreon exclusives, my new Inside the MWF, a Patreon-exclusive podcast looking at how these shoot interviews and live events come to be, and so much more, all for the cost of a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Help keep the legends working and the lights on at the studio at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Finally, for Valentine's Day, if your loved one missed it, they skipped it, they didn't get you anything, it was a kayfabe on that. You know what? Get the gift you're looking for yourself. Hit up the Boston Wrestling Sports eBay store with merchandise of superstars from every era. Find the link in the description box below or click the store button on bostonwrestling.com. Had a great time tonight, fans. Hope you did too. What did you think of Elimination Chamber? The road to WrestleMania is officially underway. Again, please like, share, and subscribe everything we do. Let's keep growing the family so we can bring you more and more superstars in this fine studio, more live events for you to attend in person and enjoy. Again, a super chat tip would be graciously appreciated for all of our hard work. Every single dollar counts and is appreciated. We'll be back tomorrow night with another Wrestling Insiders watch along with the man, the myth, the legend, the Berzerker, John Nord, reliving Royal Rumble 92, one of my favorites. Join the fun. Again, folks, like, share, subscribe, set a reminder. With that said, be well, be healthy. Good night from the great city of Boston. Phil DeCesare, take it away.
Hi, this is Phil DeCesare. Thank you for enjoying tonight's Wrestling Insiders. Get early full-screen ad-free access to all our Weeknight Wrestling Insider episodes while helping keep wrestling legends working by joining the Boston Wrestling Patreon family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can directly help us bring you more great historical wrestling content 7 days a week to enjoy for years to come.